Hello, let me know where you're from in the world and what time it is after liking this video. When I started out as a rookie, no one had told me a lot about the job in terms of weird things that could happen. I'm assuming this was largely to prevent me from freaking out and abandoning the park. But a few months into my service, when I was still a rookie, a friend and I were drunk at a party and he opened up a bit. Yeah, it can get a little crazy out there, I guess. I think the worst are the ones where people die when they just shouldn't, you know? Or when we find them dead like 10 minutes after someone says they saw them last. They were fine when I passed them on the switchback, I swear. That sort of shit. Like, take this guy who I found one spring out on a really popular trail. Someone comes into the VC freaking about some guy who's lying in the middle of the path in this giant pool of blood. So we run out there, and we find this guy dead as a doornail. Which he absolutely should be, because the back of his head is like mashed potatoes. The skull is decimated, brains are leaking out like custard filling, and the guy's old, so you figure, yeah, he probably fell and hit his head. Old people fall all the time, it's no big deal. Except that this area where he fell doesn't have any big rocks. There's not even any stumps or big branches. And on top of that, there's no blood trail, so he clearly died where he dropped. Now that's when you'd turn to murder, but there were people just out of line of sight with the guy. If someone came up behind him and murdered him, there's no way someone wouldn't have heard. And again, even if someone had, there'd be a blood trail, spatter all over the place. But everyone on the scene said it looked exactly like he'd fallen and smashed his head on a rock. So what the fuck did he hit his head on? And then there was this lady I found in a different park about 5 years ago, back when I was upstate. We found her in the middle of a stand of big junipers, curled around the trunk like she was hugging it. We pick her up to move her, and a fucking waterfall comes out of her mouth, splashes all over my shoes. Her clothes are dry and her hair is dry, but the amount of water in her lungs and stomach was phenomenal. Unreal, man. Coroner's report says the cause of death was drowning. Her lungs were completely full of water. This, even though we're in the middle of the high desert, and there isn't a body of water for miles. No puddles, no nothing. No signs of anyone else being out there. I mean, yeah, it's possible they were murdered. But why go out of the way to do it like that? Why not just stab them and be done with it? I don't know. It just sits weird with me. Now, of course, that freaked me out a little. But we were wasted, and I guess I sort of wrote it off as a fluke. I also assumed there was exaggeration there since, you know, we were wasted. Now, I don't like talking about this next case very much. It was an awful one that I've done my best to forget about, but of course that's easier said than done. This happened about 6 months after the conversation with my friend at the bar, and up until that point I hadn't had a lot of really weird shit go down. A few things here and there, and of course the stares, but it's amazingly easy to get used to stuff like that when it's treated as if it's normal. This case was a little different. A guy with Down syndrome in his 20s went missing after his family lost sight of him on a major path. That was odd in and of itself because this guy never left his mom's side. She was absolutely convinced he'd been kidnapped, and unfortunately, a ranger who isn't with the park anymore insinuated that no one was going to kidnap someone. Well, with that kind of disability. Not very tactful, to say the least. We wasted a lot of time trying to calm her down enough to get information about him, and then we put out an official missing persons call. Because of the urgency of the situation, him being mostly unable to function alone, we had local police come in and help us. We didn't find him the first night, which was heartbreaking. None of us wanted to think of him being alone out there. We assumed he'd just kept wandering and was staying ahead of us. We brought out helis the next day, and they spotted him in a little canyon. I helped bring him back up, but he was in bad shape, and I think we all knew he wasn't going to make it. He'd fallen and broken his spine, and couldn't feel his lower half. He'd also broken both his legs, one at the femur, and he'd lost a lot of blood. He was confused and scared while he was alone, so he'd probably exacerbated the injuries by dragging himself a little ways. I know it sounds awful, but while I was riding in the copter with him, I asked him why he'd wandered off. I just wanted something to tell his mother, to let her know it wasn't her fault. because he was fading fast, and I didn't think she'd get to ask him herself. He was crying, and he said something about how the little sad boy had wanted him to come play. He said the little boy wanted to trade so he could go home. Then he closed his eyes, and when he woke up again, he was in the canyon. I'm not sure that's exactly what he said, but it was what I thought the gist of it was. He kept crying, asking where his mommy was, and I held his hand and tried my best to keep him calm. It was cold out there. He kept saying that. It was cold out there. My legs was frozen. It was cold out there. It's cold in me. He was getting even weaker, so he eventually stopped talking, and he closed his eyes for a while. Then, when we were about 5 minutes from the hospital, he looked right at me, with these big tears running down his face, and he said, "Mama won't see me no more. Love Mama. Wish she was here." And he closed his eyes, and he just never woke up. It was horrible, and I don't like talking about it. That case was one of the first ones that really rattled me badly. Because of how badly it affected me, I reached out to a senior ranger, and who ended up helping me through it. As time went on, and we got to know each other better, he ended up sharing one of his own stories with me. It was disturbing, but it helped to know that I wasn't the only one affected by the things going on out there. I think this must have happened before you got here, because I think if it had happened while you were here, you'd have remembered it. I know it didn't end up in the news for some reason, but I think most people who've been here long enough know about it. The park sold off a portion of land to a logging company, and it was a really controversial thing. But it wasn't that large or old of a plot, and it was right after the recession, so we needed cash bad. Anyway, they were felling this plot of land, and we get a call that we need to get our supervisors out right away. I don't know why, but they ended up sending me and a few other guys along with the heads, I guess for power and numbers, to see what was up. We got there, and all these guys are crowded around a tree that they've just cut down. They're all pissed off and freaking out, and the foreman comes over and says he wants to know what we think we're up to. What the hell y'all think this is, some kind of sick joke? You've got a lot of fucking nerve pulling this shit. We bought this land fair and square. Well, we don't know what the hell he's talking about, so he brings us over to this felled tree and points at it and tells us that when they cut it down, it was just like this. And they'll be damned if they put it there. The inside of the tree was all rotted out and hollow in one spot, and when they'd cut it down, it had exposed that chamber, and inside it is a hand, like a perfectly severed hand, and looks like it's actually fused with the inside of the tree. Well, now we think they're pulling a joke, so we tell them that we don't like being fucked with, and we start to leave, but they tell us they've already called the cops and that they'll go right to the media if we don't stick around. Well, that gets the heads' attention, so they stick around and talk to the police about it. Everyone is denying that they put the hand in there, and besides, how would anyone have even done it? It's clearly a real hand, but it's not mummified or skeletal. It's brand new, probably not even a day old. And it is definitely fused with the wood. You can see that it's coming right out of it. The loggers, they insist that they didn't put it there. Somehow, this fresh human hand ended up fused to the inside of this living tree. The cops have them cut up that section of tree into a movable chunk. Then they take the hand away, and the area is closed off. There was a pretty big investigation, but I know they didn't get any answers. Now it's become this legend, and as far as I know, we haven't sold any more property for logging. As you all know, I went to a training seminar recently and heard some amazing and horrible things there. One of the guys I talked to while I was there told me a story when we were all around the campfire one night. We were both pretty drunk, you'll see a pattern here, and we were swapping stories. He told me this one. Me and another guy were out on a field search because some campers reported screaming noises at night. So we head out there to look for whatever fucking mountain lion has wandered into the area, and I'm pissed. We've had 3 of them show up in the camping areas that year alone, and I'm getting tired as hell of constantly having to deal with them. Plus, I just don't like them anyway. They're a pain in the ass, and they're loud and they scare the shit out of me. Fucking cats. Pieces of shit. I'm groaning about it to the guy I'm with, and he thinks it's a real fucking riot. So we're seeing all these broken branches and what look like dens, and we're pretty sure we know where this thing is. I call in and they tell me to confirm if possible, which just means they want you to step in a big pile of shit and use that as proof. I'm not seeing any though, so I basically just tell them to shove it. I'm done. We know that damn thing's out here somewhere, even if I'm not stepping in its shit or inside its mouth or whatever. Guy I'm with wanders off to take a piss or whatever, and I stay behind watching this little burrow under a tree to see if maybe a fox or something is living under it, 'cause I love foxes, man. They're cute as hell. But anyway, I'm watching this tree, and I start hearing branches crackling, and it's coming from the direction my partner went opposite of. Now I've got my pistol, but you and I both know that's not gonna do shit against a cat. I cock it and holler for my partner to get his dumb ass back, but he's too far and he can't hear me. I stand up and get my sights on where the thing is approaching, and I shit you not, man, I just about peed myself. This guy is coming toward me and he's backflipping through the fucking woods. Like instead of walking, he's doing these crazy fucking backflips, and I swear to God he cleared every fucking log and bush in his path. It was like he knew right where he was going. I yell at the guy to stop right where he is, that I'm pointing a gun right at him, but he keeps coming, and I just kinda lost it. I shot at the ground in front of him, and it was a dumb fucking thing to do, but man, I didn't want this guy anywhere near me. When I fired, he was about 50 yards from me, and as soon as the gun goes off, he whirls around and goes off, backflipping back into the woods. My partner hears my gun go off and runs back and asks what's up, and I tell him there's some fucking weirdo out here hopped up on God knows what, and we need to get the hell out of Dodge. I let the cops know what happened, and I didn't get in any trouble for firing, but man, I don't know what that motherfucker was on, but I've never seen anything like that before. Shit was absolutely buttfuck crazy. I think we can agree that there's stuff going on out here in the woods, and while I'm not going to spout off about what it could be, or offer any theories, what I want people to take away from all of this is that it is so damn important to be safe when you're out there. I know a lot of you think you're invincible, but the fact is that you can die out there, or be hurt, or go missing. It's easier than you'd ever imagine. Something's wrong with the kid I babysat. His toy bear smiled at me. Some jobs aren't worth the money. Some jobs take more from you than they give. I learned that the hard way. At the time, I was desperate. College tuition was draining my bank account faster than I could keep up, and my part-time job barely covered food and rent. Every time I checked my balance, it felt like a punch to the gut. Bills kept piling up, and no matter how many extra shifts I picked up, I was always falling behind. I needed a side job, fast, something easy, quick, and preferably well-paying. No complicated interviews, no weeks of waiting for a paycheck, just instant cash. That's when I stumbled upon the ad. Wanted. Babysitter for one night. Pays $500. Must follow instructions carefully. $500 for a single night? That was insane. Too good to be true, really. Babysitting usually paid what, $15 an hour at best? My first instinct told me there had to be a catch. Maybe it was a prank. Maybe it was some kind of scam. But then I thought about my empty fridge, my overdue internet bill, and the fact that I had about $20 to my name. I wasn't in a position to be picky. Without overthinking it, I grabbed my phone and dialed the number listed in the ad. The phone barely rang twice before someone picked up. A woman. Her voice was cold, distant, completely void of warmth, like she was reading off a script. Be here by 7 p.m. sharp. No guests, no phone calls. She said. I opened my mouth to respond, to ask any of the 100 questions running through my mind, but the line went dead before I could get a single word out. No introduction, no small talk, nothing. Just an address and a set of rules. That should have been my first red flag. Who hires a total stranger without even asking basic questions? No. Do you have experience? No. Have you worked with kids before? Just instructions. But $500 for a few hours of babysitting? No way was I passing that up. I drove to the house and arrived. The house was massive, not just big, mansion big. It stood at the very end of a long, deserted road, surrounded by nothing but empty land and thick, shadowy trees. No neighbors, no streetlights, just a cracked, lonely pavement leading up to an eerie, towering house. A single porch light flickered weakly, barely illuminating the front door. The whole place looked straight out of one of those horror movies I usually avoided. Something about it made me hesitate. The silence, the stillness, the way the windows loomed like dark, empty eyes. I took a breath, shaking off the creeping unease, and walked up the steps. My knuckles barely brushed against the wood when the door creaked open, like someone had been standing behind it, waiting for me. A man stood in the doorway. He was tall, painfully thin, with sharp features that made his hollowed-out face look even more severe. Deep, dark circles pooled under his sunken eyes, like he hadn't slept in weeks, maybe months. Despite his exhaustion, his suit was crisp, perfectly pressed, not a wrinkle in sight. Behind him, a woman hovered stiffly, her posture so rigid she looked like she might shatter. Her hands were clasped tightly in front of her, knuckles bone white, like she was holding on to something for dear life. The man's gaze locked onto mine. His voice was flat, mechanical. "You're the babysitter?" I swallowed, my throat suddenly dry. "Yeah." The woman stepped forward before I could say anything else and shoved a folded piece of paper into my hand. "These are the instructions." I glanced down at it, but didn't open it yet. Something about their urgency made my stomach twist. "So, where's the kid?" I asked, forcing a small smile. Neither of them answered. The woman didn't even blink. She just turned on her heel, grabbed her coat, and started toward the door. "We'll be back by sunrise," she said quickly. "Follow the rules and you'll be fine." And then, before I could ask anything else, they were gone. The door shut behind them with a quiet but firm click. I stood there for a long moment, gripping the piece of paper in my hand, my unease growing by the second. Why had they left so quickly? Why did this whole thing feel wrong? Finally, I looked down at the list. The paper was old, slightly crumpled, and covered in tight, neat handwriting, each letter carefully formed, as if someone had taken painstaking effort to make sure every word was clear. It wasn't printed, no official babysitting instructions, just a handwritten list. It wasn't rushed or scribbled. It was deliberate, like whoever wrote it needed me to understand. My eyes skimmed over the rules, my stomach twisting with each one. Rule number 1, put Timmy to bed by 8:30 p.m. If he asks for a bedtime story, only read from the green book on his shelf. Do not read any other book aloud. Okay, strict, but fine. Maybe it was a sentimental book or something. Rule number 2, lock all doors and windows before 9 p.m. If you hear scratching at the back door, do not investigate. I blinked. What? That was weird. Why would there be scratching? A raccoon? A stray cat? Rule number 3, do not answer the phone after 11 p.m. My pulse quickened. Why? Who would be calling? And why would I need to ignore it? Rule number 4, if Timmy tells you someone is outside his window, do not look. Tell him, "Go to sleep, Timmy. Do not say anything else." Okay. Number that was officially creepy. Rule number 5, if you hear footsteps upstairs while Timmy is asleep, ignore them. Whatever you do, do not go upstairs. A lump formed in my throat. Footsteps? But there shouldn't be anyone else in the house. Rule number 6, at 11:33 p.m., the kitchen door will open on its own. Do not close it. Do not look inside. Let it remain open until 11:42 p.m. My hands felt clammy. I wiped them on my jeans. Rule number 7, if you hear a child giggling from the second floor, ignore it. The boy you are babysitting is asleep. I swallowed hard. My eyes darted back to the top of the list, rereading every rule, hoping maybe I had misunderstood something. But the words were still there, clear as day. Rule number 8, if you wake up on the couch and don't remember falling asleep, leave the house immediately. Do not look back. I let out a nervous laugh, a dry, humorless sound. This had to be a joke, right? A prank? Maybe the parents were just messing with me. Some weird rich people humor I didn't understand. Then I heard a voice. "Are you my new babysitter?" I jumped, my heart slamming into my ribs as I spun around. A little boy stood at the bottom of the staircase, staring at me with wide, tired eyes. He couldn't have been older than 6. His blonde hair was messy, sticking up in different directions like he'd been tossing and turning in bed. He wore pajamas, soft blue ones covered in tiny stars. I forced a smile, trying to steady my breathing. "Yeah, you must be Timmy." He nodded. "Did my mom give you the rules?" he asked. Something about the way he asked sent a chill up my spine. His tone wasn't casual or curious. It was serious. My stomach twisted. Yeah." His expression darkened. His small fingers tightened on the banister. "You have to follow them." I stared at him, unable to respond. His voice was quiet, but there was a weight behind it, something heavy, something that made my skin crawl. I shook off the unease, forcing myself to focus. It was just a kid, just a weird set of rules. Nothing was going to happen. I led Timmy upstairs, my footsteps echoing in the quiet house. His room was small and tidy, with a little twin bed and a row of stuffed animals lined up against the wall. Everything was neatly arranged, like it hadn't been touched in a while. As I pulled the blanket over him, he whispered, "Don't forget to lock the doors and windows." I nodded quickly, not wanting to show my discomfort. "I won't. Get some sleep, okay?" He didn't answer. He studied my face for a moment, like he was trying to decide if he could trust me. Then finally just turned over, hugging a stuffed bear to his chest, and he closed his eyes. As soon as his breathing evened out, I left the room and made my way through the house, double-checking every door, every window. The locks clicked into place one by one, until I was sure everything was secure. I had just finished locking the back door when I heard it. A faint scratching. I froze. The sound was soft but deliberate. A slow, dragging scrape, like fingernails running over the wood. My breath caught in my throat. A cold chill ran down my spine as my eyes flicked toward the paper still clutched in my hand. Rule number 2. If you hear scratching at the back door, do not investigate. My throat tightened. Every instinct screamed at me to look, to check, just to make sure it wasn't, I don't know, a tree branch or an animal. But something deep inside me knew better. I squeezed my eyes shut, my pulse hammering in my ears. Just walk away. Ignore it. It's nothing. Slowly, I forced my legs to move, stepping away from the door. The scratching continued behind me, steady and patient, as if whatever was out there knew I was listening. Minutes passed. The scratching continued, slow and rhythmic, until finally, it stopped. I let out a shaky breath. I spent the next hour glued to my phone, scrolling through social media mindlessly, trying to drown out the silence. But the quiet was suffocating. The whole house felt wrong, too still, too heavy, like the walls themselves were holding their breath. Every creak, every shift in the floorboards made my heart pound. I forced myself to check the clock. Then at exactly 11 p.m., the house phone rang. I froze. I jolted so hard my phone nearly slipped from my hands. The old landline sat on the wall near the kitchen. Its shrill, piercing ring shattered the silence, echoing through the dimly lit living room, sharp and unrelenting. My breath hitched. Rule number 3. Do not answer the phone after 11 p.m. I turned my head slowly, my gaze landing on the old-fashioned phone sitting on the small table across the room. I stared at it, my pulse pounding in my ears. The ringing didn't stop. It just kept going, over and over, like whoever was on the other end wasn't going to give up. The ringing was insistent, demanding, like it knew I was here. It rang again, and again, and again. I turned my back to it, gripping my phone in my hands, trying to ignore it. Just a few more seconds, and it would stop. Each ring made my stomach clench tighter. My fingers twitched. My breathing came fast and shallow. What would happen if I answered? Who would be on the other end? I squeezed my hands into fists, my nails digging into my palms. Ignore it. Just ignore it. Seconds dragged on like hours. Finally, After what felt like an eternity, the ringing cut off. Silence. I let out a slow breath, forcing myself to relax. But just as my shoulders sagged, "Miss?" My stomach plummeted. I spun around so fast my vision blurred. Timmy stood at the bottom of the staircase. His small hands gripped the railing tightly, his knuckles white, his eyes wide with fear. His face was pale, his lower lip trembling. When he spoke again, his voice was barely above a whisper. "There's someone outside my window." My blood ran cold. Rule number 4 flashed in my mind. If Timmy tells you someone is outside his window, do not look. Tell him, "Go to sleep, Timmy." Do not say anything else. I swallowed hard, forcing myself to keep my voice steady. "It's okay, Timmy. Go to sleep." Timmy didn't move right away. His small fingers gripped the banister, knuckles turning pale. His lip quivered as he shifted on his feet. But he's staring at me. A chill spread through my body, icy and slow. My instincts screamed at me to run upstairs, to check, to look, but I knew I couldn't. The rules were clear. I forced a weak smile, even though my hands were shaking. "Go to sleep, Timmy." His wide eyes flicked toward the hallway, and for a second I thought he was going to argue. His little body trembled, a quiet fear radiating from him like static electricity. But then slowly he nodded. Without another word, he turned and padded back toward his room. He climbed into bed, pulling the covers up to his chin. Then, Timmy asked suddenly, "Are you scared?" My breath caught. I turned my head slowly, my heart hammering in my ears. Timmy was still sitting upright in bed. He shouldn't have been. I had just tucked him in, just watched him lay down. But there he was, sitting silently, watching me. His pale face seemed even paler under the dim glow of his nightlight. He was small for his age, fragile-looking, with dark circles under his eyes. I forced out a short, nervous chuckle. "Of what?" Timmy didn't blink. He didn't answer. Instead, in a quiet, almost pleading voice, he whispered, "Don't close the kitchen door." A cold, twisting fear coiled in my stomach. I pressed my lips together and nodded. "Okay." I left his room and shut the door behind me, firm but gentle, careful not to make a sound. I could still feel his gaze, burning into my back. I didn't check the window. I couldn't check the window. My legs carried me downstairs on autopilot, though every step felt heavier, harder to take. I tried to shake off the nerves, tried to convince myself this was all in my head. I was trying to calm the wild pounding in my chest, just make it through the night. The rules were just weird rules, right? The parents were strict, maybe paranoid. Maybe they had a reason for all of this. Maybe I was just overthinking. I settled onto the couch, wrapping a blanket around myself, my hands clenched tight in the fabric. I glanced at the clock, 11:32 p.m. My stomach twisted. My fingers gripped the blanket tighter. And then, 11:33 p.m. A long, low creak echoed through the house. My body went rigid. The kitchen door swung open. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe. A deep, suffocating darkness seeped out from the doorway, too dark, stretching like ink bleeding into the air. The doorway itself looked wrong somehow, like it was pulling further away, stretching longer than it should have been. I squeezed my eyes shut. Don't look inside. Let it remain open until 11:42 p.m. I fumbled for my phone with shaking fingers. The screen glowed in the darkness. 7 minutes left. That was all. 7 minutes. Just wait. Just sit still. Then, from the darkness, I heard breathing. Not mine. Not Timmy's. Something else. It was deep and slow, a wet, rasping inhale, followed by an even slower exhale. I pressed my back against the couch, my nails digging into my palms. My whole body was tense, every muscle locked in place. The breathing got louder, closer, so close I could almost feel it against my skin. A shudder crawled up my spine. My phone screen flickered. 11:41 p.m. Almost there, just one more minute. The breath hitched, like it was shifting, moving. The clock finally struck 11:42 p.m. The sound stopped. I opened my eyes and looked. The kitchen door was closed. My chest heaved as I sucked in a shaky breath. My lungs burned, like I'd been holding it in for too long. My fingers, still clenched into fists, slowly unfurled, the movement stiff and reluctant. When I glanced down, my palms were marked with deep, crescent-shaped indentations where my nails had dug in too deep. A sharp sting ran through them, but I barely registered the pain. It was over, for now. I checked the time again, 11:43 p.m. The house was silent, but not in a peaceful way. It wasn't the kind of quiet that brought relief. It was the kind that pressed down on you, thick and suffocating, like something unseen was still there, lurking just beyond sight, watching, waiting. I stayed on the couch, refusing to move. My body was still coiled tight, my muscles aching from the tension. I tried to focus on my breathing, to slow my racing pulse, to convince myself that everything was fine. But my heart barely had time to slow before I heard a child's giggle. The sound came from upstairs. I went completely still. My eyes darted to the baby monitor on the coffee table. The small screen showed Timmy's bed. He was there, asleep, not moving. The giggling got louder. It wasn't him. My throat tightened. Rule number 6. If you hear a child giggling from the second floor, ignore it. The boy you are babysitting is asleep. I clenched my hands into fists, nails biting into my skin. Ignore it. Just ignore it. The giggling stopped. For a moment, the house was silent again. Then, from behind the couch, a whisper came. "You're no fun." A cold rush of terror flooded my veins. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I stayed perfectly still, my body locked in place, waiting. The silence stretched on. I sat there frozen until the house felt normal again. I exhaled shakily, barely realizing I'd been holding my breath. My chest ached, my muscles weak from how tense I had been. I forced myself to check the clock, my body sagging in relief. My heart was hammering so hard it hurt. See? Nothing happened. I followed the rules and nothing happened. Everything was fine. And then I heard soft footsteps, upstairs. I went rigid. I was on the couch. Timmy was asleep in his room. I had checked. I had seen him. But I could hear them. Slow, deliberate, measured steps pressing against the wooden floor above me, moving with an eerie patience. I gripped the armrest, my fingers digging into the fabric. Rule number 5. If you hear footsteps upstairs while Timmy is asleep, ignore them. Do not go upstairs. I squeezed my eyes shut, breathing through my nose. Ignore it. It's just noise. Just a house settling. I clamped a hand over my mouth, choking back the instinct to scream. Ignore it. Just ignore it. I squeezed my eyes shut, pressing my back harder into the couch, as if that would somehow shield me from whatever was up there. My whole body trembled, a cold sweat slicking my skin. The footsteps didn't stop. They moved again, slow, deliberate, pacing, back and forth, just above me. My mind raced. Who or what was up there? Number. It didn't matter. I wasn't going to find out. A floorboard creaked. The steps were moving. Down the hall. Toward Timmy's room. A sharp, icy panic tore through my chest. I wanted to run, to throw open his door and grab him, but I couldn't. The rules. Follow the rules. Then I heard a whisper. "Miss, why didn't you listen?" A shudder rippled through me. My vision blurred. My chest ached, like the air was too thick, too heavy. My fingers trembled as I rubbed my eyes. My breath came in short, ragged gasps. I kept my eyes shut tight, forcing myself to block out the sound. Don't react. Don't acknowledge it. Seconds dragged into minutes, each one stretching unbearably long. And then, the footsteps stopped. Silence. Darkness swallowed me whole. The dizziness hit me hard, like something had sucked all the energy from my body in an instant. For a moment, maybe longer, I was weightless. drifting in a void of nothingness. There was no sound, no sensation, just an endless, suffocating emptiness. My mind felt disconnected from my body, like I was floating in a dream, or maybe a nightmare. My head swam, my limbs felt weak, and then I collapsed. The world faded to black. I don't remember dreaming. I don't remember anything at all. I must have dozed off because the next thing I knew, I was waking up. In Timmy's bed. My entire body turned to ice. The sheets beneath me were soft. The air smelled faintly of dust and something stale. Wrong. I bolted upright, my pulse slamming against my ribs. No, no, no. Rule number 7. If you wake up somewhere other than the couch, immediately leave the house without looking behind you. I sat up, frozen, my breath coming in sharp, panicked gulps. The air around me felt thick, heavy, pressing down on my shoulders. I couldn't hear anything. No wind, no cars outside. Just a deep, swallowing silence. The mattress dipped. Suddenly, from the darkness behind me, a voice whispered, "Emily, where are you going?" Something was in bed with me. A cold sweat broke across my skin. I did not turn around. I forced my body to move, inch by inch. My hands trembled as I pushed the blanket off. My feet touched the cold floor. Behind me, the presence shifted. I bit the inside of my cheek so hard I tasted blood. Don't run, don't panic. And my decision was already made. I was leaving. Not just this house. Not just this job. This town. I packed what little I had, stuffing my bag with trembling hands. No goodbyes. No explanations. I didn't want to explain. Because I didn't understand. And worse, I didn't want to. I stood. I walked forward. I kept my head down as I stepped outside. The floor creaked under my steps. Behind me, footsteps followed. Software. Slow. Playful. I reached the hallway. The footsteps quickened. A breath, cold and damp, brushed the back of my neck. I ran. I hit the stairs, skipping steps, my legs burning as I pushed forward. The footsteps behind me pounded faster, matching my speed. I reached the front door, my fingers scrambling over the lock. My hands shook so badly I nearly dropped my keys. I yanked the door open. The cold night air hit me like a wave. I sprinted outside, my heart slamming against my ribs. I didn't stop, not until I reached my car. Only then did I turn back, gasping for breath, my hands still shaking. The house was dark, the front door still wide open. Something stood in the doorway, watching, waiting. I didn't stay to find out what. The next morning, as I looked at my purse, I noticed Timmy's bear inside my bag. I had to return it no matter what. I couldn't keep it. My hands still trembled as I dialed the number from the babysitting ad. It rang once, twice. Then, someone picked up. A man's voice, not the father's, not the mother's. "This is Officer Daniels." I hesitated. I was trying to reach the family that lives at... I gave him the address, my voice unsteady. Silence. Then, in a careful, measured voice, the officer asked, "Who are you trying to reach?" I told him the couple's names. Another long pause. A cold, sinking dread settled in my stomach. Then finally the officer spoke. His voice was quiet, cautious. "That house has been abandoned for 20 years. My mouth went dry. "No," I whispered. "I was there. I babysat their son." The line was silent for so long that I thought we had been disconnected. Then the officer exhaled, a slow, careful breath. "There was a little boy that lived there once." I gripped my phone tighter. My heart pounded so hard it hurt. The officer's voice was barely above a whisper. "But he died in 2003. The call cut off. I stared at my phone, my chest rising and falling too fast. Then I felt it, a shift in the air, the tiny creeping sensation of being watched. Slowly, stiffly, I turned my head. I looked at the bear. It wasn't the same anymore. Then I swear, I saw it smiling at me. I'm a long-haul trucker. I stopped for a lost kid on a deserted highway in the dead of night. What I saw attached to him and the question he asked is why I don't drive anymore. This happened a few years back. I was doing long haul, mostly cross-country routes, the kind that take you through vast stretches of nothing. You know the ones, where the radio turns to static for hours, and the only sign of life is the occasional pair of headlights going the other way, miles apart. I was young, eager for the miles, the money, didn't mind the solitude, or so I thought. The route I was on took me across a long, desolate stretch of highway that ran between the borders of two large governmental territories. I don't want to say exactly where, but think big, empty spaces, lots of trees, not much else. It was notorious among drivers for being a dead zone, no signal, no towns for 100 miles either side, and prone to weird weather. Most guys tried to hit it during daylight, but schedules are schedules. Mine had me crossing it deep in the night. I remember the feeling. Utter blackness outside the sweep of my headlights, the kind of dark that feels like it's pressing in on the cab. The only sounds were the drone of the diesel engine, the hiss of the air brakes now and then, and the rhythmic thrum of the tires on asphalt. Hypnotic. Too hypnotic. I'd been driving for about 10 hours, with a short break a few states back. Coffee was wearing off. The dashboard lights were a dull green glow, comforting in a way, but also making the darkness outside seem even more absolute. My eyelids felt like they had lead weights attached. You fight it, you know? Slap your face, roll down the window for a blast of cold air, crank up whatever music you can find that hasn't dissolved into static. I was doing all of that. It must have been around 2 or 3 a.m. I was in that weird state where you're not quite asleep, but not fully awake either. Like your brain is running on low power mode. The white lines on the road were starting to blur together, stretching and warping. Standard fatigue stuff. I remember blinking hard, trying to refocus. That's when I saw it, or thought I saw it. Just a flicker at the edge of my headlights, on the right shoulder of the road. Small, low to the ground. For a split second, I registered a shape, vaguely human-like, and then it was gone, swallowed by the darkness as I passed. My first thought? Deer. Or a coyote. Common enough. But it hadn't moved like an animal. It had been upright. My brain, sluggish as it was, tried to process it. Too small for an adult. Too still for an animal startled by a rig. Then the logical part, the part that was still trying to keep me safe on the road, chimed in. You're tired. Seeing things happens. And I almost accepted that, I really did. Shook my head, took a swig of lukewarm water from the bottle beside me, kept my eyes glued to the road ahead. The image, though, it kind of stuck, a small, upright shape, like a child. No way, I told myself. Out here, middle of nowhere, middle of the night? Impossible. Kids don't just wander around on interterritorial highways at 3 a.m. It had to be a trick of the light, a bush, my eyes playing games. I've seen weirder things born of exhaustion. Shadows that dance, trees that look like figures. It's part of the job when you're pushing limits. I drove on for maybe another 30 seconds, the image fading, my rational mind starting to win. Just a figment. Then I glanced at my passenger side mirror. Habit, always checking. And my blood went cold. Not just cold, it felt like it turned to slush. There, illuminated faintly by the red glow of my trailer lights receding into the distance, was the reflection of a small figure, standing, on the shoulder of the road, exactly where I'd thought I'd seen something. It wasn't a bush, it wasn't a shadow. It was small, and it was definitely standing there, unmoving, as my truck pulled further and further away. My heart started hammering against my ribs. This wasn't fatigue. This was real. There was someone, something back there. And it looked tiny. Every instinct screamed at me. Danger, wrong, keep going. But another voice, the one that makes us human, I suppose, whispered something else. A kid? Alone out here? What if they're hurt? Lost? I fought with myself for a few seconds that stretched into an eternity. The image in the mirror was getting smaller, fainter. If I didn't act now, they'd be lost to the darkness again. God, the thought of leaving a child out there, if that's what it was. Against my better judgment, against that primal urge to just floor it, I made a decision. I slowed the rig, the air brakes hissing like angry snakes. Pulled over to the shoulder, the truck groaning in protest. Put on my hazards, their rhythmic flashing cutting into the oppressive blackness. Then, I did what you're never supposed to do with a full trailer on a narrow shoulder. I started to reverse, slowly, carefully, my eyes flicking between the mirrors, trying to keep the trailer straight, trying to relocate that tiny figure. The crunch of gravel under the tires sounded unnaturally loud. It took a minute, maybe two, but it felt like an hour. The red glow of my taillights eventually washed over the spot again, and there it was, a kid. I stopped the truck so my cab was roughly alongside them, maybe 10 feet away. Switched on the high beams, hoping to get a better look, and also to make myself clearly visible as just a truck, not something else. The kid was small, really small. I'd guess maybe 6, 7 years old, hard to tell in the glare. They were just standing there, on the very edge of the gravel shoulder, right where the trees began. The woods pressed in close on this stretch of road, tall, dark pines and dense undergrowth that looked like a solid black wall just beyond the reach of my lights. The kid wasn't looking at me. They were facing sort of parallel to the road, just walking, slowly, like they were on a stroll, completely oblivious to the massive 18-wheeler that had just pulled up beside them, engine rumbling, lights blazing. They were wearing what looked like pajamas, thin, light-colored pajamas, in the chill of the night. No coat, no shoes that I could see. My mind reeled. This was wrong. So many levels of wrong. I killed the engine. The sudden silence was almost deafening, amplifying the crickets, the rustle of leaves in the woods from a breeze I couldn't feel in the cab. My heart was still thumping, a weird mix of fear and adrenaline and a dawning sense of responsibility. I rolled down the window. The night air hit me, cold and damp, carrying the scent of pine and wet earth. "Hey!" I called out. My voice sounded hoarse, too loud in the quiet. "Hey, kid!" No response. They just kept walking, one small, bare foot in front of the other, at a pace that was taking them absolutely nowhere fast. Their head was down slightly. I couldn't see their face properly. "Kid, are you okay?" I tried again, louder this time. Slowly, so slowly, the kid stopped. They didn't turn their head fully, just sort of angled it a fraction, enough that I could see a pale sliver of cheek in the spill of my headlights. Still not looking at me, still ignoring the multi-ton machine idling beside them. A prickle of unease ran down my spine. Not the normal kind of unease. This was deeper, colder. Animals act weird sometimes, but kids? A lost kid should be scared, relieved, something. This one was nothing. "What are you doing out here all alone?" I asked, trying to keep my voice calm, friendly, like you're supposed to with a scared kid, even though this one didn't seem scared at all. It's the middle of the night. Silence. Just the sound of their bare feet scuffing softly on the gravel as they took another step, then another. As if my presence was a minor inconvenience, a background noise they were choosing to ignore. This wasn't right. My internal alarm bells were clanging louder now. My hand hovered near the gear stick. Part of me wanted to slam it into drive and get the hell out of there, but the image of this tiny child, alone, possibly in shock. I couldn't just leave, could I? "Where are your parents?" I pushed, my voice a bit sharper than I intended. "Are you lost?" Finally, the kid stopped walking completely. They turned their head just a little more, still not looking directly at my cab, more towards the front of my truck, into the glare of the headlights. I could see their face a bit better now, pale, featureless in the harsh light like a porcelain doll. Small, dark smudges that might have been eyes. No expression, none. Not fear, not sadness, not relief. Just blank. An unreadable slate. Then a voice, small, thin, like the rustle of dry leaves. "Lost." Just that one word. It hung in the air between us. Relief washed over me, quickly followed by a fresh wave of concern. Okay, lost. That's something I can deal with. Okay, kid, lost is okay. We can fix lost. Where do you live? Where were you going? The kid finally, slowly turned their head fully towards my cab. Towards me. I still couldn't make out much detail in their face. The angle, the light, something was obscuring it, keeping it in a sort of shadowy vagueness despite the headlights. But I could feel their gaze. It wasn't like a normal kid's look. There was a weight to it, an intensity that was deeply unsettling for such a small form. Home, the kid said, that same thin, reedy voice, trying to get home. Right, home. Where is home? I asked, leaning forward a bit, trying to project reassurance. Is it near here? Did you wander off from a campsite? A car? There were no campsites for miles, no broken down cars on the shoulder. I knew that. The kid didn't answer that question directly. Instead, they took a small step towards the truck, then another. My hand tensed on the door handle, ready to open it, to offer... What? A ride? Shelter? I didn't know. It's cold out here, I said, stating the obvious. You should get in. We can get you warm, and I can call for help when we get to a spot with a signal. My CB was useless, just static. My phone had shown no service for the last hour. The kid stopped about 5 feet from my passenger door, still in that pale, thin, pajama-like outfit. Barefoot on the sharp gravel, they should be shivering, crying. They were doing neither. Can you help me? The kid asked. The voice was still small, but there was a different inflection to it now. Less flat, a hint of something else. Pleading, maybe? Yeah, of course I can help you, I said. That's why I stopped. Where are your parents? How did you get here? The kid tilted their head, a jerky, unnatural little movement. They're waiting, at home. Okay. And where's home? Which direction? I gestured vaguely up and down the empty highway. The kid didn't point down the road. They made a small, subtle gesture with their head, a little nod towards the trees, towards the impenetrable darkness of the woods lining the highway. In there, the kid said. My stomach clenched. In the woods? Your home is in the woods? Lost, the kid repeated, as if that explained everything. Trying to find the path. It's dark. Yeah, it's very dark, I agreed, my eyes scanning the tree line. It looked like a solid wall of black, no sign of any path, any habitation. Just dense, old-growth forest. The kind of place you could get lost in for days, even in daylight. Can you come out? The kid asked. Help me look? It's not far. I can't see it from here. Every rational thought in my head screamed, no. Get out of the truck? In the middle of nowhere, in the pitch dark, with this strange child who wanted me to go into those woods? Number absolutely not. But the kid looked so small, so vulnerable. If there was even a tiny chance they were telling the truth, that their house was just a little way in, and they were genuinely lost. I don't think that's a good idea, buddy, I said, trying to sound gentle. It's dangerous in there at night. For both of us. Best thing is for you to hop in here with me. We'll drive until we get a signal, and then we'll call the police, or the rangers. They can help find your home properly. The kid just stood there, that blank, unreadable face fixed on me. But it's right there, they insisted, their voice a little more insistent now. Just a little way. I can almost see it. If you just step out. The light from your door would help. My skin was crawling. There was something profoundly wrong with this scenario, the way they were trying to coax me out, the lack of normal emotional response, the pajamas, the bare feet, the woods. I looked closer at the kid, trying to pierce that strange vagueness around their features. My headlights were bright, but it was like they absorbed the light rather than reflected it. Their eyes. I still couldn't really see their eyes, just dark hollows. I really think you should get in the truck, I said, my voice firmer now. It's warmer in here. We can figure it out together. The kid took another step closer. They were almost at my running board now. Please, they said, that reedy voice again. My leg hurts. I can't walk much further. If you could just help me a little. Just to the path. My internal conflict was raging. My trucker instincts, honed by years of seeing weird stuff and hearing weirder stories at truck stops, were blaring warnings. But the human part, the part that saw a child in distress, was still there, still arguing. I was tired, so damn tired. Maybe I wasn't thinking straight. Maybe this was all some bizarre misunderstanding. I squinted, trying to see past the kid, towards the tree line they'd indicated. Was there a faint trail I was missing? A flicker of light deep in the woods? Nothing, just blackness, solid, unyielding blackness. And then I saw it. It wasn't something I saw clearly at first. It was more like an anomaly, a disturbance in the darkness behind the kid. The kid was standing with their back mostly to the woods facing my truck. Behind them, the darkness of the forest was absolute. Or it should have been. But there was something connected to them. Something that stretched from the small of their back, from under the thin pajama top, and disappeared into the deeper shadows of the trees. At first I thought it was a trick of the light, a weird shadow cast by my headlights hitting them at an odd angle. Maybe a rope they were dragging? A piece of clothing snagged on a branch? I leaned forward, trying to get a clearer view. The kid was still talking, their voice a low, persistent murmur. It's not far. Please, just help me. I'm so cold. But I wasn't really listening to the words anymore. I was focused on that thing behind them. It wasn't a rope. It wasn't a shadow. It was a tube, a long, dark, thick tube. It seemed to emerge directly from the kid's lower back, impossibly, seamlessly. It was dark matte, like a strip of the night itself given form, and it snaked away from the child, maybe 10, 15 feet, before disappearing into the inky blackness between two thick pine trunks. It wasn't rigid. It seemed to have a slight, almost imperceptible flexibility, like a massive, sluggish umbilical cord made of shadow. It didn't reflect any light from my headlamps. It just absorbed it. My breath hitched in my throat. My blood, which had been cold before, now felt like it had frozen solid. This wasn't just wrong. This was impossible. Unnatural. The kid was still trying to coax me. Are you going to help me? It's just there. You're so close. My voice, when I finally found it, was barely a whisper. I couldn't take my eyes off that appendage. Kid, what is that? Behind you? The kid flinched. Not a big movement, just a tiny, almost imperceptible tightening of their small frame. Their head, which had been tilted pleadingly, straightened. The blankness on their face seemed to solidify. What's what? They asked, their voice suddenly devoid of that pleading tone. It was flat again, colder. That thing, I stammered, pointing with a shaking finger. Coming out of your back, going into the woods, what is that? The kid didn't turn to look. They didn't need to. Their gaze, those dark, unseen eyes, bored into me. It's nothing, they said. The voice was still small, but it had a new edge to it, a hardness. You're seeing things. You're tired. They were using my own earlier rationalization against me. No, I said, my voice gaining a tremor of conviction born of sheer terror. No, I'm not. I see it. It's right there. It's connected to you. The kid was silent for a long moment. The only sound was the thumping of my own heart, so loud I was sure they could hear it. The crickets had stopped. The wind seemed to die down. An unnatural stillness fell over the scene. Then, the kid's face began to change. It wasn't a dramatic movie monster transformation. It was far more subtle and far more terrifying. The blankness didn't leave, but it sharpened. The pale skin seemed to tighten over the bones. The areas where the eyes were, those dark smudges, seemed to deepen, to become more shadowed, more intense, and a flicker of something ancient and utterly alien passed across their features. It wasn't human anger. It was something older, colder, and infinitely more patient, now strained to its limit. The air in my cab suddenly felt thick, heavy, hard to breathe. "Just come out of the truck," the kid said, and the voice, oh God, the voice. It wasn't the small, reedy voice of a child anymore. It was deeper, resonant, with a strange, grating undertone like stones grinding together. It was coming from that small frame, but it was impossibly large, impossibly old. It vibrated in my chest. "Come out, now." The command was absolute. My hand, which had been hovering near the gear stick, now gripped it like a lifeline. My other hand fumbled for the ignition key, which I'd stupidly left in. "What are you?" I choked out, staring at the monstrous thing playing dress-up in a child's form, at the dark, pulsating tube that was its anchor to the shadows. The kid's head tilted again, that jerky, unnatural movement. The expression on its face, if you could call it that, was one of pure, unadulterated annoyance, contempt, like I was a particularly stupid insect it had failed to swat. And then it spoke, in that same terrible, resonant, grinding voice. The words it said are burned into my memory, colder than any winter night. "Why?" it rasped, the sound seeming to scrape the inside of my skull. "The fuck, are humans smarter now?" That was it. That one sentence. The sheer cosmic frustration in it, the implication of past encounters, of easier prey, the utter alien nature of it. I didn't think. I didn't plan. I reacted. Primal fear, the kind that bypasses all higher brain function, took over. My hand twisted the key. The diesel engine roared back to life, a sudden, violent explosion of sound in the horrifying stillness. The kid, the thing, actually recoiled. A small, jerky step back. The expression, that awful, tightened, ancient look, intensified. I slammed the gear stick into drive. My foot stomped on the accelerator. The truck lurched forward, tires spinning on the gravel for a terrifying second before they bit into the asphalt. I didn't look at it. I couldn't. I stared straight ahead, my knuckles white on the steering wheel, the whole cab vibrating around me. The truck surged forward, gaining speed with agonizing slowness. For a horrible moment, I imagined that tube thing whipping out, trying to snag the trailer to pull me back, to drag me into those woods. I imagined that small figure with its ancient, terrible voice, somehow keeping pace. I risked a glance in my driver's side mirror. It was standing there, on the shoulder, unmoving. The headlights of my departing truck cast its small silhouette into sharp relief, and behind it, the dark tube was still visible, a thick, obscene cord snaking back into the endless night of the forest. It didn't seem to be retracting or moving. It just was. The thing didn't pursue. It just stood and watched me go. And that somehow was almost worse. The sheer confidence, the patience, like it knew there would be others. Or maybe it was just annoyed that this particular attempt had failed. I drove. I don't know for how long. I just drove. My foot was welded to the floor. The engine screamed. I watched the speedometer needle climb, far past any legal or safe limit for a rig that size, on a road that dark. I didn't care. The image of that thing, that child shape with its dark umbilical to the woods, and that voice, that awful grinding voice asking its horrifying question, was burned onto the inside of my eyelids. I must have driven for an hour, maybe more, at speeds that should have gotten me killed or arrested, before the adrenaline started to fade, replaced by a bone-deep shaking exhaustion that was more profound than any fatigue I'd ever known. My hands were trembling so violently I could barely keep the wheel straight. Tears were streaming down my face, not from sadness, but from sheer, unadulterated terror and relief. When the first hint of dawn started to gray the eastern sky, and my phone finally beeped, indicating a single bar of service, I pulled over at the first wide spot I could find. I practically fell out of the cab, vomiting onto the gravel until there was nothing left but dry heaves. I sat there on the cold ground, shaking for a long time, watching the sun come up, trying to convince myself that it had been a dream, a hallucination brought on by exhaustion. But I knew it wasn't. The detail of that tube, the voice, the question. You don't hallucinate something that specific, that coherent, that utterly alien. I never reported it. Who would I report it to? What would I say? Officer, I saw a little kid who was actually an ancient cosmic horror tethered to the woods by a nightmare umbilical cord, and it got mad because I didn't want to be its dinner. They'd have locked me up, breathalyzed me, drug tested me, sent me for a psych eval. I finished that run on autopilot, dropped the load, drove my rig back to the yard, and I quit. I told them I was burned out, needed a break. They tried to convince me to stay, offered me different routes, more pay. I just couldn't. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that kid, that tube, those woods. Every dark road felt like a trap. I found a local job, something that keeps me home at night. I don't drive in remote areas anymore if I can help it, especially not at night. I still have nightmares. Sometimes, when I'm very tired, driving home late from somewhere, I'll see a flicker at the edge of my vision, on the side of the road, and my heart will try to beat its way out of my chest. I don't know what that thing was. An alien? A demon? Something else? Something that doesn't fit into our neat little categories? All I know is that it's out there, and it's patient. And it seems to have learned that its old tricks aren't as effective as they used to be. Why the fuck are humans smarter now? That question haunts me. It implies they weren't always. It implies that once upon a time, we were easier. That maybe, just maybe, people like me, tired and alone on dark roads, used to just step out of the cab when asked, and were never seen again. So if you're ever driving one of those long, lonely stretches of road, deep in the night, and you see something you can't explain, maybe just keep driving. Maybe being smarter now means knowing when not to stop. Knowing when to ignore that little voice telling you to help, because what's asking for help might not be what it seems. Stay safe out there, and for God's sake, stay on the well-lit roads.
I followed a woman to a private pool, and I can't find the door. I kill people for a living, and I've never been afraid of anything in my whole life. Until now. I know, but stick with me here. I'm not gonna dive into all the personal shit leading up to this story. Not because I'm worried about boring you. In fact, I think you'd probably love to hear it. I'm an interesting guy, but frankly, it's not your business. All you need to know is that I've always liked to fight. But fighting doesn't make money on the street, and I was tired of being broke. So I graduated to killing, and I took to it like a fish to water. I do it clean, and I never touch anybody who I wasn't hired to touch. I have contacts. People go to my contacts for requests, not me. I'm no good with people anyway, and if I'm keen on the job, I take it. That's how this gig started. I don't quite know where to start a story like this, but it seems natural to begin like the day does. In the morning, I got a small place on top of a bistro called Virgo's. Sounds like a nice place from the name, I know, but it smells like hot dogs and cat piss. I don't mind. I'm only there to sleep, and when I'm sleeping, I can't smell at all. I rose early on a Sunday. I saw frost on the window, so I threw on a coat and walked quickly downstairs, dipping into Virgo's for a cup of coffee. I had a meeting. Early, Mike said. He ran the place. He always had something to say. I didn't think your coffin opened till 9. I laughed along with him. Some days you remember everybody else is getting by just like you, trying to make things pleasant, and other days you forget. That day, I remembered. Mike burned the coffee, my reward for being nice. Next time he made a joke, I'd sock him in his fucking face. When I arrived, my contact was waiting for me. We didn't like to meet at the same place, more than once every few months. This time, it was at the park. He was pushing his daughter on the swing set. As I got closer, I heard her ask her dad who I was. "A friend," he said. "Just a minute, honey." He walked over to the slide where I was waiting. She just sat there, sneakers dangling in the swing, too short to brush the wood chips, turning her head like an owl to watch us. As I spoke to her dad, I kept glancing over his shoulder at her to smile. She didn't smile back. I had a stupid urge to make faces. I didn't. "You got one of your own?" he asked as he lit a cigarette. "You shouldn't ask things like that," I said plainly. "All right," he said, reaching into his jacket pocket. "Here." He handed me a sheet of paper with an address written on it. 5 o'clock. Get rid of this when you can. I nodded and waved goodbye to his daughter. She just kicked her feet and stared. My target was a woman. I don't often kill women, but I don't mind it. Every Sunday at 5 o'clock, this woman liked to go for a swim in an indoor pool, winter, spring, summer, and fall. Apparently she had some money. I didn't care. I take it as a personal point of pride if I know absolutely nothing more about my targets than the bare necessities, not from any moral code. I've killed plenty of people I know, even friends, but just plain lack of interest. It came as a surprise that this pool was located in an industrial district. I guess looking back, it should have been my first clue that something was off, but I won't kick myself over it. I've been sent to every corner of the city for work, from posh country clubs to crack dens, and the ultimate truth remains that anyone, and I mean anyone, is one mistake away from being dead. I still had some time, so I went back to my place to make some special preparations. I took a broom from the stoop of Virgo's in one hand and my duffel bag in another, and I trotted down the alley until I reached the dumpster. I sprang open the lid and heard the scuttle of little rat paws as they scattered from the light. I swung the broom high from over my head and smashed down as hard as I could on a particularly fat-looking dude who had his head stuck in a takeout box. He was still as a doormat. I opened my duffel to grab plastic gloves and a plastic bag. I scooped the guy up, sealed him in, and threw him in my duffel, along with my normal job materials, leather gloves, a length of wire, and a .32 handgun. I didn't expect I would need the gun, but I always took it with. You might expect me to carry more, but it's not necessary. You wouldn't believe how easy it is to kill a person. I swiped a car, some ugly brown Kia, and drove downtown an hour early to scout the place out. From what my contact said, I expected it to be a dump. But when I parked between two old beater cars and saw the windowless storefront and the leaning letters in cracked blue paint that plainly read pool, I was sure I came to the wrong place. She was supposed to be driving a Mercedes, but I didn't see it anywhere yet. I wanted to go inside, at least to see the door, but I didn't want to be seen snooping. My contact had explained the layout well enough. See, she had a private pool inside, some special arrangement. Down an employee hallway that was just behind the desk, locked with a special key, there was a room that was reserved just for her. My contact said the door was the only entrance and the only exit. No windows, not an ideal spot. Normally, I just kill her somewhere else. You know, her driveway or a grocery store parking lot. Somewhere I could get away right after. But before I walked away from my contact, he grabbed my shoulder. "One more thing," he had said. "Get her in the pool room before she touches the water. Understand? Don't let her in the water." Another clue that things were off, and one so obvious, he basically beat me over the head with it. As I sat there waiting, I wondered why it mattered so much that she stayed dry. I thought maybe they didn't want to drain the pool from the blood, but if that was the case, there wasn't any reason it had to be in the room, and certainly not before she swam. What difference did it make? Maybe the client hated her so much, he wanted to deprive her of her joy just before she entered, like some sort of Tantalus-style torment. Or maybe she was like a gremlin, just add water for an instant monstrous surprise. It didn't matter why it needed to be done this way. It only mattered that I did it. After a little while, the hum of the heater started, and the lack of anything to do started to get me a little. I startled myself awake. The Mercedes was just arriving. I almost missed her. God damn it. What a monumentally stupid mistake on my end. I should have got a second coffee from Virgo's. Burnt or not, I was acting nervous, how I used to back when I was green, thinking back on it. Maybe part of me knew how weird this job was. I watched her swing open the car door. She had no coat. She was wearing a translucent swim cover with a striped blue-white bikini underneath. Her skin was unseasonably tan. I could see the soft flecks of muscle in her legs as she swung out her sandaled foot and manicured toes. I will admit that I was stirred, but I don't let these things get to me. She would make a beautiful corpse. I snatched the duffel bag from my passenger seat, and I followed her inside. I caught the door just before it closed. The pool was worse inside than out. The floor was covered in cracked tiles with brown grout. The walls were weeping with humidity, and the towels folded on the shelves behind the desk were basically rags. The air was chlorine itself. To the left of the desk was the entrance to the main pool. I saw through the window that there were only 1 or 2 families inside. To the right was the locker room. And finally, behind the desk and straight down the hallway was a door. That's the one. My target was talking casually with the clerk. When she noticed me behind her, I couldn't help but note the joy on his face. He was pretty into her, and if I can tell something like that, then it's really obvious. "Oh, you go ahead, sir," she said, and gestured me forward. I guess she didn't want people watching her sneak to the back. There was a sign above the desk, $12.50 for adults. I didn't want to pay that. Is it cool if I hit the locker room first?" I said, half to her, half to the clerk. "I really gotta use the bathroom." "Go for it, man," he said flippantly, and as soon as he did, he seemed to forget I existed. "Thanks, bro," I said, flashing a surf's up gesture. Not sure why. My target laughed at that, and then they resumed their conversation as I walked into the locker room. The room was completely empty. There was a wall of beaten-up lockers with tiny padlocks on one end, a couple of urinals, and a stall in the corner, and a row of showers on the other wall. Perfect. I zipped open the duffel and pulled out the rat. Blood had thickened in the bottom of the bag. I guess it was cold in the trunk. His limbs were all tense, and his tail was curled up into his mouth. I put the plastic gloves back on and slipped the rat out of the bag into one of the shower stalls. He plopped down on the linoleum with a wet plap. His chilled blood sloughed out of the bag in viscous clumps, and I shook him all over until the tile was painted. I needed to keep the clerk busy for a while. I took the gun, the wire, and the gloves, and tucked them in my waistband, leaving my duffel on a bench. Then I glanced out of the locker room window. My target had finished talking, and she was headed to the back. Perfect timing. But then, almost as if she sensed me, she turned around quickly, staring me right in the eye. I was frozen. She made no expression. She turned away, walking down the hall fast. She had a keen eye for peeping Toms, I guess. It seemed natural that a woman like that would develop such an awareness of pervert. I didn't think she suspected me of anything more than that. I walked out of the lockers with disgust on my face. Hey, buddy, I never been here before, but I don't think there's supposed to be a bloody rat corpse in the shower, is there? I said. The clerk was dumbfounded. A what? A rat. R-A-T. Big as your face, man. Looks like somebody stomped him to death or something. You're gonna need a mop. Oh God, he sighed. Again, he grunted and grabbed a bucket and a mop from the closet. I'm gonna wait here, if it's cool with you. Hurry, hurry, before the pretty lady sees. He scoffed as he shouldered past me and into the locker room. That distraction should give me plenty of time to slip in, kill her, and slip out before he gets back to the desk. I slipped behind the desk. I was a little worried that she might have already slipped into the pool, but there was no helping it. They say the rushed monkey drops the banana. The door was painted matte black. The sound of children splashing had dampened as I stalked down the hall. I could hear only the turning of the latch as I opened the door. It could have been locked, I thought. I was so stupid and amateur, for letting that slip my mind. It could have been locked, you fucking moron. But it wasn't. I had my shoulder against the wood as I eased it open. It was heavy enough for a bank vault. Matter of fact, I'd entered similar doors before, in high security buildings, like server rooms, casino offices, that type of place. I guarantee that thing had been reinforced with a steel plate. One thing I never saw before, though, was a door like that left unlocked. I didn't even see a lock mechanism, electronic or otherwise. Darkness, 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 as the door swung open, until finally I saw the blue, rippling glow of the pool. It was lit along the sides with white light, and it shimmered like heat waves on a desert horizon. I'm sorry for getting poetical, but the image of it, I still see it when I close my eyes. With the door now fully open, the hallway light should have spilled in, but I cast no shadow on the dark tiled ground. It's like by entering the room, I left the rest of the world. And now, it was only me, the pool, and my target. She wasn't swimming yet, but she was close. She was facing away from me, her figure just a silhouette against the blue. I breathed in, and then I went and did something I never did before. I got lost in the moment. I know I could have had the wire on her neck before she jumped, if I just moved, but I couldn't. I was out of step, and before I knew it, my chance was blown, and she was bending down to dive. "Ma'am," I cried. My hand fell to the gun in my waistband. She looked at me over her shoulder. Her features were underlit by the pool lights. I saw her eyes flick down at the gun, glinting on my hip. Her face didn't flinch. Stone cold, man. Then, before I could react, she dove into the pool. As soon as she touched the water, it went black. I blinked. I thought my vision had gone out. It was completely, hopelessly dark. I turned around for a switch, but there was no hallway, no desk. The door had closed silently behind me. I didn't hear the sounds of swimming. I didn't hear anything. I tottered in the black, with my hands extended, feeling for the door, but I could feel nothing. It should have been right there, right behind me, but I shuffled forward, 10, 20, 30 steps, and still there was nothing but darkness ahead of me, and darkness behind. My breathing quickened. I was starting to panic, I guess, but only a little. I'm not afraid of the dark. Never bothered me. But this was more than dark. I ran my hands along my shirt to make sure that I hadn't become darkness too. I was relieved to feel the cotton of my clothes, the hairs along my arm, and the hard impression of my tools against my waist. Good. I stopped moving and forced myself to be sensible. My target knew I was coming. That wasn't strange at all. Most people who end up as my targets aren't surprised when they see me in their last moments. I guess this lady was the same way, no matter how unassuming she appeared. So I guess this was a trap. Maybe not a trap, but an evasive maneuver at least. The pool lights were remote, but I saw nothing in her hands as she brought them together to dive. So maybe, by her feet, there could be a switch beside the pool. That must be it. But where did the door go? It couldn't have disappeared. I was so confident that I had done a 180, but thinking back on it then, I couldn't be convinced that I had fixed my feet correctly. I must have turned left and started walking parallel to the wall, so that meant the wall should be 90 degrees left. I reached out and felt nothing. I turned left a little and walked a few paces, reaching out again. Nothing again. More left, more paces, more nothing. At that point, my panic was rearing up again. I had no idea where I was in the room anymore. And even worse, I had no idea where the pool might be. My feet became lead. When I was a kid, my stepdad would take me out to the lake every winter for a week to ice fish. No pansy shit with the shanty and the heater. We drove out in our Chevy, grabbed the auger and the yard chairs, and dropped our lines. It wasn't every winter that the ice was thick enough, though. When it was a thin year, we would stay inside with Mom and play board games, drink cocoa, and watch old VHS tapes. I hated that shit. One thin year, I think I was 10, I decided there was no such thing as a thin year. I grabbed my rod and tackle box and set out for the ice. Behind their backs, the plan was to shuffle out with a big rock and toss her in. Instant ice hole. It was going swimmingly, and I was starting to fantasize about my lake record walleye until I heard a crack. I looked back at the shore in horror. What must have been 15 yards felt like 15 miles. I held the rock to my chest and eased my feet across the ice. Each step was another certainty that the ice would give way and I would be trapped under the sheet, one mistake away from death. In my head, this was so much worse. Logically, even if I did fall in, I could easily grab the edge of the pool and pull myself out, wet and frustrated, but safe. I didn't need light to do that, but then again, that's how I felt about the door too. So I didn't move. I wasn't scared. I was rational. My plan was to wait. I bent over, feeling the cool tile floor around me, turning in a circle until I was certain I was surrounded by solid ground. Then I sat down. One entrance, one exit, no lock on the door. If she wanted to stay in here with me for a while, that was fine by me. I'd get her one way or another. This is unusual, I said. I felt a rattle in my skull, but it felt like my words dribbled from my lips into my lap. There was no reverberation in the darkness, and there was no response. I kept going anyway. I always liked the pool, I continued. It's a nice smell, isn't it? As soon as I said that, I realized that the chlorine smell was gone. I smelled nothing at all, apart from the cold tile under me. I was in a sensory deprivation chamber. It's a good place to die, I said. Quiet. I started to feel stupid. I didn't know if she heard me, but I thought maybe she did. I decided to shut up. I was sure the clerk had cleaned the rat by that point. I began to consider how I might leave after I killed this lady. In the case that I found her in the dark, I would get her with the wire, or maybe just my hands, and then I'd go hunting for either the door or the light panel on the floor. Even if I found neither, I figured the clerk would be in to check on her eventually. I would probably have to kill him too. Unfortunate. And in the case that she made for the door, I would see the hallway light, and then I'd know where the door was. If she ran, I'd chase her, and I'd kill her, witnesses or not, and I'd skip town for a while. I'd done it before. I had a forgettable face. I agree, she said. I straightened with a jolt. I looked everywhere, but I couldn't tell where the sound had come from. There you are, I said joyfully. I thought I lost you. I thought I lost you too, she said. It seemed to come from all around me. I had her talking, at least. Do you always swim in the dark? Sometimes, she said. And this time, I thought I knew where she was. You should try it. The water is fine tonight. You're a quiet swimmer, I said, as I rose softly to my feet. Who said I was swimming? She replied. It sounded like she was right in front of me, so close I could reach her. I swung out a fist, wildly. Nothing. Oh, that would have hurt. She laughed, now from somewhere else entirely. That made me nervous. Had she seen me? I couldn't hear anything but her voice, so surely she couldn't hear my swing. The image of her treading water in a clunky night vision headset almost made me laugh. Still, though, I couldn't help but feel like our footing wasn't as even as I thought. Suddenly, I saw a light. The room remained covered in darkness, but the shape of the light was unmistakable. The door was opening. I saw the shadow of her body against it. Wait for me, I laughed. She didn't know it, but she had just lost the game. I began to run after her. She couldn't shut it on me now. I was too close. She had misjudged my position, and with the door revealed, it was over. It was only a few steps before I felt the water. I fell headfirst into the pool. The water rushed over my face and up my nose like a saline rinse. Warm and salty, this was ocean water. My clothes clung to me as I thrashed to orient myself. I kicked and swam until my head broke the surface, and I was treading water. No need to panic yet. I turned around and paddled for the ledge. Where did it go? Stroke after stroke, and still nothing. The water was a pulsating ink. I turned around in the water. The light was still there. Her shadow was still there too. You're stuck with it tonight, she said, giggling to herself. The light began to thin into a sliver. Wait, wait, I cried, spitting water out of my mouth frantically. Her voice came again, like it was inside my head. Just keep swimming. Try not to let it find you. I could hear the smile on her face. With that, the light was gone, and I was alone in the dark water, or so I hoped.
My wife has been peeking at me from around corners and behind furniture. It's gone from weird to terrifying. My wife, Lynn, and I have been together for 6 years and married for 11 months. Our entire history together has been very normal, and never once have I noticed any weird behaviors or red flags. I can't stress enough how out of character this whole thing is for her. Lynn is very kind, intelligent, and thoughtful. She's always been the no-nonsense type of person. Being childish or trying to scare me is not something she'd normally do. She doesn't even like watching horror movies. When we first started dating, she agreed to watch The Shining with me because she knew how much I loved horror. She was so scared that she didn't even make it through half of the movie before we had to turn it off. She isn't into anything creepy and has never been into pranks. It's just not her cup of tea, and that's fine. But that's what was so strange about this. It's just so unlike her. I should also add that she never had any mental health issues, and as far as I'm aware, it doesn't run in her family. I know some people are able to hide their mental health problems, but in the 6 years we've been together, I think I'd have seen some sort of sign. 2 months ago, I was in the kitchen making myself some coffee before work. I was running a bit late that morning and knew I wouldn't be able to make it to Dunkin' Donuts for my usual morning fix. I took a sip of my coffee as I hurried down the hall towards the front door, when I happened to notice Lynn peeking at me from around the corner ahead of me. I could only see her eyes and a strand of her long dark hair hanging against the wall. The rest of her body was concealed behind the corner. I nearly spilled my coffee when I saw her. I did burn the shit out of my lips. "Geez, Lynn," I said, wiping a few drops of coffee from my pants. "You scared the shit out of me." She immediately popped out of view like a little kid that had been caught. I heard her scurry off towards the living room, and by the time I got to the front door, she was out of sight. It was really weird, and just totally out of character for her, like I said, but I also found it kind of funny that she was being more playful and a little less serious. I shouted that I loved her and called her a weirdo. As I shut the door behind me, I heard her laughing. Her behavior was a bit odd, but it certainly wasn't something to call a priest over. I forgot about it by lunch, and by the time I got home, she was her normal self. I didn't bring it up, and neither did she, and life went on. The next incident happened 3 days later. It was around 2 a.m., and I had woken up to get a drink. I was standing at the kitchen island, jug of Oj in hand, when I felt a strong feeling that I was being watched. For whatever reason, I looked down at the floor and saw my wife's smiling face staring back. She was peeking at me from the other side of the island, staring up at me with wide, unblinking eyes and grinning. Grinning like the Cheshire Cat, I screamed, I'll admit it. Not out of irritation, but fear. For some reason at that moment, I was scared. At the sound of my scream, Lynn scuttled backwards out of my view, her hands and feet smacking the tile floor as she hurried out of the kitchen on all fours. I didn't run after her, or even yell after her. I just stood there frozen in shock, wondering what fuck had possessed her to do that. It took me a little longer than I'd like to admit to go back upstairs, but I eventually did. When I got to our bedroom, Lynn was lying on her side, asleep, or at least pretending to be. I stood there for a while, watching her breathing to be sure she really was asleep. I had the feeling she might jump out at me the moment I got into bed, but she didn't. I climbed into bed, and she didn't even move. Her breathing was soft and deep, and I was starting to wonder if I'd dreamt the whole thing. The next morning, I waited for her to come down for coffee, and after handing her a mug and kissing her cheek, I decided to ask her about it. "What was that about last night?" I asked, keeping my tone light so I didn't offend or embarrass her. She frowned over her cup of coffee, shaking her head like she had no clue what I was referring to. "You were peeking at me again. From over there," I said, pointing to the spot on the floor by the kitchen island. She followed my gaze, and when she looked back at me, she burst out laughing. She laughed so hard that I couldn't help but join her. "You creep me the fuck out sometimes, you know that?" I said. She giggled and set her cup on the counter and wrapped her arms around my neck. "You creep me out all the time, so I guess we're even," she teased. We said our goodbyes and left for work. As I drove, I kept thinking about how creepy it had been seeing her grinning at me from behind the island like that. The sounds her hands made on the floor as she crawled away. I told myself she was just trying to be silly, just trying to join me in my love of all things horror. It's not like I was afraid of her, but it still didn't sit right with me. I started seeing her peeking at me more and more. Sometimes she'd be peeking out from behind the couch or living room curtains. Once she even managed to get inside her grandmother's old trunk that sits at the foot of our bed. I might not have even known she was there at all had the trunk's old hinges not given her away. She'd had the lid propped up just enough so that only half of her face peeked through. She'd been grinning like an excited toddler. It was unnerving. I didn't even know what to say to her. All I could do was stare. When I finally found my voice, I asked her why on earth was she doing this. She didn't answer, but she had slowly closed the lid, shutting herself inside the trunk. I just walked away, feeling disturbed. I didn't understand why she was doing it, but it clearly made her happy. I just hoped she would tire of the game quickly. Lynn didn't peek at me for the next 2 weeks. I started to think she was done with her weird prank, and I was relieved. We were watching a show on Netflix one night, and I jokingly said that I hadn't seen her peeking at me lately, and that she must have given up on her spy game. She looked up at me with a small smile and said, "Maybe I've just gotten better at it." I didn't say anything, but I wondered whether or not she was joking. For the next few days, I couldn't stop thinking about what she'd said. Was she still peeking at me when I wasn't looking and I just hadn't noticed? And if so, What the hell was she getting out of this? I started to feel paranoid, constantly checking whether she was watching from around the corner or behind a door. I was jumpy whenever I was home and she wasn't in full view of me. I felt stupid and a little crazy. But after a few weeks without another incident, I began to relax. I stopped checking behind furniture and walls and told myself it was just a bad memory. Then a few days ago, things got so much worse. Lynn left to go to a friend's, and I lounged on the couch and played a couple games on my laptop. Around 9 p.m., I hopped in the shower, and as I was washing the soap from my hair, I felt that awful feeling that I was being watched. I slowly opened my eyes and almost had a fucking heart attack. Lynn was peeking from behind the shower curtain, her entire head stretched into the shower, leaving just her body outside. Her long dark hair hung against the curtain, the ends dripping with water. Her mouth hung open in a terrible grin, eyes wide and red, as if she hadn't blinked in a while. I screamed and jumped back against the wall. She didn't move, nor did her smile waver. Her makeup ran down her cheeks in 2 black streaks. She looked giddy and completely deranged. I was fucking terrified. We stood like that for a few moments, neither of us saying a word. Finally, after what felt like forever, she slowly pulled her head back out of the shower, and I watched her blurry figure through the curtain as she moved backwards towards the bathroom door. A second later, the bathroom door slammed shut, hard enough to rattle the mirror. I screamed again and jumped out of the shower to lock the door. I stayed inside the bathroom for over an hour. Maybe I overreacted to some of you, but joke or not, I wasn't going to put up with the crazy shit anymore. That's what I kept telling myself as I paced in my bathroom, stopping to listen at the door every few minutes. Suddenly I heard a muffled sound, and I pressed my ear against the bathroom door, straining to listen. I couldn't hear anything, but I envisioned Lynn standing on the other side of the door, giggling at her joke. I felt a surge of anger. I was beyond pissed at being made to feel scared in my own house, and made to hide in the bathroom for an hour. All for what? Some joke? If it was a joke, it was an awful one. What the fuck, Lynn? I snapped. This shit is getting really fucking annoying. I waited for her to apologize or to call me a jerk, but instead I heard a faint moan, so quiet I wondered if I heard it at all, and then complete silence. Lynn? I called out, not able to even hide the shakiness in my voice. I got no response, just my own heavy breathing. I swear to God, just fucking stop it, I yelled, pounding my fist on the door. I waited for her to cuss me out, something I would expect from me talking to her like that. I never screamed at her before, but there was nothing, just the occasional drip from the shower head. I won't deny that I was scared, too afraid to open the damn door and face my own wife. I waited another 30 minutes or so, which feels like a fucking lifetime when you're scared. Finally, I decided I wasn't going to spend the night hiding in my bathroom, so I got down on my knees and peered under the door. I almost expected to see her face peeking back at me, but thankfully I didn't. I could see straight down the hallway to the top of the stairs, but no Lynn. I didn't know if I should be happy about that or not. I looked for a few minutes, waiting to see her head pop up over the top step, but it never came. I stood up, my hand hovering over the door, and mentally prepared myself to open it. I slowly turned the lock with shaky fingers, and was about to yank it open when I heard a sound that still makes me feel nauseous when I think about it. A moan, louder than before, but this time I was able to tell just where it was coming from. I turned my head to the closet door as if in slow motion, and locked eyes with my wife, who was peeking out at me from the slight gap. Her eyes were still wide as ever, and her mouth was hanging open in the most grotesque, gaping smile I'd ever seen. I didn't even scream. I was too scared for even that. Her hands were clasped to her chest, body trembling with sheer delight, as if she could barely contain her excitement. A short, raspy moan bubbled up from her throat, deep and raw, sending a shiver through my entire body. Somehow I found the ability to pull the bathroom door open and ran as fast as I could all the way down the steps, snagging my keys and phone from the table in the living room before running outside to my car. I could hear her shrill laughter behind me, but I didn't hear her getting closer. I didn't bother shutting the front door. I drove away from the house faster than I legally should have, shivering the entire time, either from fear or the cold, maybe a little of both. I hadn't grabbed a coat or even a pair of shoes. I was still in my boxers and my hair was still damp. I drove straight to my brother Chris's house, about 40 minutes away, ignoring any and every call and text I got. I didn't check my phone until I was safely parked in my brother's driveway. Lynn had called 4 times and sent a flurry of texts, all wondering where I'd gone and why I left like that. I threw my phone at the dash in a rage, furious at her nonchalant attitude. My brother and his wife were surprised to see me, especially dressed in just a pair of boxers, but told me to stay as long as I needed. Chris lent me some clothes and asked me what happened. I told him Lynn and I had a fight, but didn't get into the details. I didn't want him to think I was overreacting, leaving my wife over a prank, even if it was a strange one. I mean, hadn't I encouraged her for years to lighten up instead of being so serious all the time? I had wanted her to relax and loosen up, but this was definitely not what I'd had in mind. I tried to sleep on their sofa, but my brain wouldn't let me sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Lynn's face staring at me from inside the closet. Knowing she'd been in there with me the entire time made my skin crawl. She'd never left the fucking bathroom at all. Instead, she slipped inside the closet and slammed the bathroom door shut to fool me. The mere thought of going back home gave me anxiety. I tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Chris ended up giving me a sleeping pill, so I was able to get a little rest. My sleep was filled with terrible dreams, all of Lynn's smiling face. I woke up just as the sun started to rise. My sore body ached from the sofa, and I felt drained. I knew I'd have to call Lynn at some point, but I didn't know what to say to her. I wouldn't be going home unless she gave me her word she'd never do any more creepy shit. I just wanted my wife back. Her normal, serious self never looked so good to me. I was contemplating calling her and telling her that, when that familiar feeling came over me. I was being watched. I was staring at the ceiling, my heart in my throat. I didn't want to look away, but the longer I ignored the feeling, the worse it got. My eyes drifted away from the ceiling almost on their own. Her face was pressed up against the window beside the couch, staring down at me with that same gaping smile. Drool dribbled down her lips, leaving 2 long streaks down the glass. I didn't know how long she'd been there, but something told me she'd been there quite a while, possibly all night. I didn't bother screaming, though I was afraid anger trumped any fear I felt at that moment. I jumped up from the couch and pounded my palm against the glass. "Lynn, are you crazy? What the hell is wrong with you? Just go home," I shouted. "Now!" She didn't move, and her ghastly expression never changed. If anything, her smile only grew, as if she had never been more elated. I could hear Chris and his wife moving around upstairs, as if Lynn could hear them from her place outside. Her head twitched slightly in their direction, and she began to close her mouth slowly. Chris called my name from upstairs, obviously concerned. I turned to see him and his wife Rebecca hurrying down the steps. When I turned back to the window, Lynn was gone. The only sign she'd been there at all was the 2 streaks of drool still dripping down the glass. I tried explaining to Chris and Rebecca about waking up to see Lynn watching me through their window. They were skeptical. Who wouldn't be? Chris and I went outside to the spot in front of the window, but there were no footprints in the dirt, just a slight indent. Animal, probably, Chris guessed, and I didn't argue. He and Rebecca assumed I dreamt the entire episode, but they didn't understand, and I was too tired to explain it to them. I called out of work that day and turned my cell off. I didn't want to face Lynn. Just talking to her was too much for me at that point. I really started to believe something was irreversibly wrong with her, that no matter what promises she made, we'd never be the same again. The thought saddened me to my core. I cried most of the morning. By noon, I figured I was ready to confront her, give her one last chance to explain herself. I could at least give her that after 6 years, I told myself. I turned my phone on and saw the dozens of texts she'd sent, all from a seemingly concerned wife. "Can we talk? I love you. Please call me. I'm really worried. Can you answer? Just come home." And more of the same. All texts telling me she loved me and she wanted me home. How worried she was. Not a damn one addressing the crazy shit she pulled, like she hadn't been acting like a character from a Stephen King book. Even her texts were different. She normally texted novels just to tell me to pick up a loaf of bread. You'd think she'd have more to say to me after her bizarre shenanigans. I know it probably seems childish to some of you who are miles away from this situation, but if you saw the way Lynn had looked at me, how she scampered away on all fours like some wild animal, grinning at me from inside the closet like a lunatic, then I think you'd find my reaction was warranted. I ended up staying with Chris and Rebecca for another night. I didn't wake up yesterday until afternoon, and thankfully I didn't see Lynn's face watching me through the window. I don't want to pry because it's not my place, but is this fight something that can be mended? Rebecca asked. She'd made us both a sandwich for lunch, and I knew she wanted to breach the subject without seeming to be nosy. I don't know, she's like a different person, I said, choosing my words carefully. I still wasn't ready for her or Chris to know the full extent of the batshit craziness I had been dealing with. People change, Ben, but she's still the same woman you married. Maybe you both just need to talk through your issues. Whatever's going on, I'm sure it can be fixed, she said, ever the peacemaker. I think it's beyond that now. I don't think talking would help. I just don't trust her, I said. The words stung in my heart. I missed and loved my wife. But how could I live with someone like that? Living in constant fear didn't sound too appealing. Lynn loves you. She has to be absolutely crushed, she said. I don't know about that, I said. Well, she certainly seemed like it to me. I've never seen her so upset. Very much unlike the Lynn I know, Rebecca said, shaking her head sadly. It took a full minute for her words to really sink in, and when they did, I felt dread worming its way through my skin. Wait, what do you mean? You saw her? You saw Lynn? I asked, my mouth suddenly dry. Rebecca nodded casually, as if that fact wasn't nightmare fuel. Maybe for her it wasn't. She stopped by this morning just after Chris left for work, she said, cleaning the plates from the table. I didn't see her car, though. Maybe she took an Uber or something. Beck, what did she say? Did she come inside? I asked, sweat starting to break out on my forehead. I began looking around, examining corners as though a predator lurked behind them. Number, she just asked if you were awake yet, and I said that you weren't. I asked if she wanted me to wake you, but she said no. Just said to let you sleep, she said as she washed the dishes. That's all? She didn't say anything else? I asked. Number, she looked awful, though, like she hadn't slept in days. I think you should call her. I got up from the table and thanked Rebecca for lunch. I felt a little bit better at the knowledge that at least she hadn't come inside. Still, I needed to double-check that the doors were locked. I sat for a while trying to figure out what to do next. I didn't want to go home, but I felt that I owed it to Lynn to help her if I could. Hadn't I sworn an oath to love and honor her through sickness and in health? Clearly, she was very sick. If she was sick, which I truly believed she was, I had to try and get her the help she needed. But I didn't even know where to start. I didn't want to call the police, and besides, what the hell was I going to tell them? That my wife was peeking at me? That she was being creepy? As bizarre as she'd been, she still hadn't committed any crime. Not yet, anyway. The police would have probably said that I was overreacting. But this wasn't some prank. It felt wrong, dangerous even, like something sinister lurked beneath her smile. I knew as her husband I was well within my rights to have her committed, but what if she simply acted normal in their presence? She'd obviously been able to fool Rebecca into thinking she was just a concerned wife. As long as the doctors didn't find her a danger to herself or others, they'd have no choice but to release her after 72 hours. I felt lost and overwhelmed. So I did what any husband in my position would do. I called her mother. I didn't want to, believe me. Her mother, Mary Ann, and I were never on the best of terms. We'd never fought or anything like that. She just wasn't a very warm person and wasn't really easy to get along with. She hardly ever smiled, and when she did, only her lips would move into a thin-lipped smile, leaving her eyes as blank as before. She gave off this aura that felt like she was permanently on the offensive. I'd only met her twice, and both times were for such short visits. I got the impression she didn't approve of me for her daughter. Lynn always ushered us out quickly as she didn't want me to feel uncomfortable, which I was grateful for. Being in her mother's company felt almost unbearable, like walking on glass. I was glad when we moved 3 states away so we didn't have to see her often. I was happy to avoid the woman, but I needed her help. I really didn't want to talk to her at all, but I had to talk to someone, and someone who knew Lynn better than I did. So I grit my teeth and did what I had to. "Yes?" she answered, already sounding irritated. "Marianne, it's me, Ben. Do you have a minute to talk?" I asked. I could hear her cluck her tongue in irritation. "I'm in the middle of writing some checks, but if you insist, I suppose I can spare a moment. What is it that you want to discuss, Benjamin?" She said coolly. "It's about Lynn. She's been acting strangely, and I was wondering if you had any idea whether there was something—" I was quickly interrupted. "It's a bit difficult to follow your rambling, Benjamin. What is that you want from me?" she asked. I could almost see her standing there in her thin sweater and slacks, tapping her fingernails impatiently on the table. "I wanted to know if you'd ever noticed any odd behavior, or possibly any mental health issues," I asked. There was a long, uncomfortable pause that I couldn't tell was because she was just thinking, or something else. Finally, after a few seconds, she spoke. "I'm not sure if this is one of your jokes, Benjamin, but if so, I don't find the humor in it. Now, I do have business to attend to, as I've said, so if you don't mind," she said, but I cut her off before she could get rid of me. "Marianne, it's not a joke. I'm sincerely concerned about Lynn's mental health. Her behavior has been very erratic lately. I'm very worried about her, and I figured as her mother you would be as well," I said, my frustration evident in my voice. "If you're truly concerned, then I suggest you get the health professionals involved. I don't know what you expect of me," she snapped. I could tell she was seconds away from hanging up, and for some reason I was desperate not to let her. I had the feeling that she knew a lot more than she was letting on. "Please, if not for me, do it for Lynn." I tried. I heard a faint, shaky intake of breath, as if she were trying to hold her steely persona together, but failing. "Marianne, I started. "Benjamin, I don't know what to tell you. My only advice would be to seek professional help. Do not call here again. Goodbye." I tried to call out to her, but she'd hung up. I tried to wrap my head around the call and her refusal to help me. Even if she didn't like me, why wouldn't she want to help her own daughter? I couldn't understand that. I tried to replay the conversation, desperate to find something I missed. After a while, I almost gave up, until I remembered her last words to me. "Seek professional help." She'd said those words with a bit of urgency. I could have just been grasping at straws, but no. I was sure her voice had changed ever so slightly when she'd said that, as if they were very important. What had she meant? I assumed she'd been referring to medical professionals, but maybe she was referring to someone else. Someone that she didn't, for some reason, feel comfortable saying directly. Or maybe I was just desperate. I waited for Chris to get home, and after a very long and exhausting conversation with him and Rebecca, I convinced them that Lynn truly needed psychiatric help. I didn't tell them everything. I wasn't prepared to go into it yet, but I told them about our last encounter, how she'd hidden in the bathroom peeking at me from the closet. They were obviously shocked, but thankfully they believed me. They too just wanted to help her. Still, they didn't think it was all that serious. Weird, maybe, but not dangerous. They just kept saying that Lynn had to be playing some kind of weird joke. "Maybe for YouTube?" Rebecca offered, if only half-heartedly. Chris didn't think we should involve the police just yet. He offered instead to go with me, and I readily accepted. He reasoned that calmly talking to her, trying to coax her into going willingly, was the best recourse. I agreed to do it his way. At least I wouldn't be going into that house alone. We drove over this morning, just after breakfast. There was no way I was going at night. When we pulled into the driveway, my stomach began doing somersaults. Her car wasn't there, but I still didn't let my guard down. The front door was ajar, and for a split second I thought we'd see her eyes staring through the gap. I was shaking and starting to sweat. Chris, however, was fine. He waited for me to open the door, his hands in his pockets like he was going on a fucking stroll through the park. I envied his ignorance. I pushed the door open and was immediately hit with the stench of rot. Chris smelled it too, and he walked in the house behind me with his nose scrunched up. "What do you guys use to clean the floors around here, shit?" Chris mumbled. "Shut up," I said, my eyes darting around for any signs of Lynn. The house was deadly quiet and dark despite being 10 in the morning. All the curtains were closed up tight, refusing to allow any sunlight inside. If I hadn't left it just 2 days prior, I'd have thought the house to be abandoned. We moved through each room, carefully checking any place that she might hide, occasionally calling her name. "Why the fuck are you looking under the couch?" Chris asked eventually. "Aren't we looking for your wife?" He was looking at me like I was a moron. "Let's just go upstairs," I whispered. He shook his head but followed me up the stairs to check the bathroom and spare bedroom. On the way up, my shoes crunched over pieces of glass that looked to be littered over a few of the steps. I noticed that one of Lynn and my wedding portraits that hung on the wall along the staircase had been smashed. The frame hung crookedly, all the glass removed. I stared at the picture, a lump forming in my throat. We had taken the photo just after leaving the church, after saying our vows. She looked so beautiful in her white gown. I looked at Lynn's beautiful face. I never dreamed her face would ever be a source of terror for me. We climbed the rest of the steps and checked the spare bedroom, but it looked completely untouched. I was hesitant to go into the bathroom, my fear from that night coming back to me all at once. Chris noticed and offered to go in by himself, but I couldn't let him do that. So we walked in together, checking the closet and the shower. The bathroom looked as if it hadn't been touched since the night I left. "I don't think she's here, Ben. Why don't you pack some clothes and we'll try coming back tomorrow or something?" Chris said. I nodded and went into our bedroom and shoved some clothes into a duffel bag. When I checked inside our closet, I came across the source of the smell and gagged. Chris took one look and lost all color in his face. He had to go stand by the stairs to get away from the sight and smell. I gazed down in shock at what lay inside my bedroom closet. Soaking into the rug were at least a dozen eyeballs, all carefully laid out in pairs. Some were as large as a quarter, while others were as tiny as a marble. I stared down at the eyes she'd collected from small animals, and I wondered how she'd gotten them, and shuddered at the thought. "Man, I thought I had it bad with Becca's shoe addiction. But fuck me. Your wife's in here collecting eyeballs," Chris said, gagging. "Ben, I think we should go," he called from the hall. "I'm getting nauseous." "All right." I grabbed my duffel and shut the closet door on my new nightmare. I stepped out into the hall and took a deep breath of air. I could taste the rot on my tongue and I couldn't help but gag. "Who the fuck lines up eyeballs in their closet like that?" Chris mumbled. "I tried to tell you she needed help," I said. "She doesn't need help, Ben. She needs a fucking exorcist," he said. "You coming or what? I can't stand the smell any—" His words died in his throat, and his eyes grew wide with fear. I didn't ask him why. I could feel it. Someone was watching me, and I didn't think it was the eyes in the closet. I turned around, my eyes slowly scanning the bedroom. "Christ," I whispered, as I finally saw what we'd missed. Under the bed, curled on her side, watching us with the excitement of a kid on Christmas morning, was my wife. She held her hands together just under her chin, and they were shaking eagerly. Now that she knew she'd been found, I could hear the quiet noises she was making, a sort of hiccuping sound in her throat, as if the excitement was just too much for her. It was unnerving, to say the least. Wide eyes, and that same huge smile. Everything in me told me to run, but I forced it away. This was my wife. No matter how twisted, she was still the woman I married. I had to help her. "Lynn," I said softly. She didn't respond, but her head bobbed back and forth in two quick little movements as if she were nodding. "Baby, I just want to help, okay? Can you let me do that?" I asked. I had taken a single step forward, approaching her like some kind of dangerous animal. "I love you, Lynn," I said softly, taking another step closer. She let a tiny moan escape her wide-open mouth, and I had to resist the urge to run. Her shoulders were starting to quiver, and her eyes grew as large as saucers. I crouched down so I could see her better, and immediately saw the blood. Her hands were covered in it. They trembled more the closer I got, as if she was barely able to contain herself. "Lynn, are you hurt? You're bleeding," I said. She bobbed her head again, her bloody fingers moving up and down as if playing an invisible piano. They occasionally grazed her chin, leaving smears of blood on her skin. I wanted to recoil in disgust. The smell that was coming off of her was revolting. I could feel the vomit trying to climb up my throat. Her lips were dry and stretched thin, blood seeping between the cracks. I knew she wouldn't come out on her own, but I didn't want to leave her in the state she was in. I scooted closer and reached out to her. The excited hiccuping sounds got louder and her hands shook, fingers flexing. It was then that I could see the blood oozing from in between her fingers. "Oh my God, Lynn, you're bleeding," I said. Instinctively, I reached out to take her hand, but before I could even touch her, her hand sprang out towards me. A sharp pain shot through my arm, and I fell back on my ass. My arm burned, and I could see the blood dripping down onto the carpet. I looked back at her in shock and saw her grinning madly, her fingers clutching a large shard of glass. "You all right in there?" Chris asked from behind me. I turned my head slightly and nodded to him, cradling my arm to my chest. When I turned back to face Lynn, I saw that her focus had shifted. She wasn't looking at me anymore, and she wasn't smiling anymore either. She was staring past me, her eyes glaring at Chris the way a hungry lion might stare at an antelope. Her mouth was still hanging open, but it was twisted into a snarl. I got to my feet and began walking backwards down the hall, afraid to take my eyes off her. "Are you bleeding?" Chris asked. The moment the words left his mouth, Lynn started fast, scooting out from under the bed, the glass shard still in her fist. "Chris, run! Go!" I yelled. He must have been too afraid to move, because a second later I felt my back bump into him. He was still standing at the top of the stairs, staring at the horror that was my wife. Lynn had crawled completely out from under the bed and stood in the bedroom doorway, her face twisted in rage. Her whole body was visibly tense. Blood ran down her fingers and onto the floor. "Jesus, Lynn," Chris said. You, playing hide and seek?" I reached back and pushed him towards the steps. "Move your ass, Chris," I said as quietly but firmly as I could. Lynn bobbed her head in fast, sharp motions and began to grin, stretching her mouth open wider and wider so that her chin seemed to touch her chest. I heard Chris mutter a prayer, and then he was running down the stairs. I stood at the top of the steps, stuck between the love for a woman who clearly needed serious help and self-preservation. "I only want to help," I said, choking back tears. Her eyes focused on me once again as she slowly lifted the glass, holding it out in front of her. And then she started sprinting towards me, grinning with utter excitement. Thankfully, my body took over, and I flew down the stairs, skipping 2 or 3 at a time. I made it to the front door before I felt her leap onto my back, wrapping her arms around my neck, her open mouth next to my ear so that I could hear those terrible hiccuping sounds up close. I shook her off me, knocking her to the floor. I felt a searing pain in my back as she went, but I tore open the front door and bolted to my car. Chris was standing in the front yard talking on the phone with the police. I didn't say a word, I just ran to my car and jumped in. Chris took the hint and followed me, still on the line with 911. I watched the rearview mirror, sure I'd see her there, running after us. But I never did. I went straight to the ER and got 11 stitches in my arm and 3 on my back. The police asked a lot of questions and went back to the house to do a search, but of course Lynn wasn't there. They advised me to stay with a friend or relative for a while and to file a restraining order as soon as I could, but none of those things would matter. Somehow I just knew. I dropped Chris off at home and went to a motel an hour away. I wanted to put as much distance between me and Lynn as I could. This is where I've been for the last 4 hours. I thought maybe the police would find her. Maybe they'd get her the help she desperately needs. But now, I don't think so. Because 40 minutes ago I got a text from an unknown number. Just 3 words, "I found you," and a picture attached. The picture was dark and grainy, but I instantly knew what it was. There was no mistaking my wife's eye. I started typing this out immediately after. I don't know what to do. I'm alone and scared, and I can't help but feel that I'm being watched. The previous tenant of my new flat left a survival guide. Last night my survival was threatened. I was in complete shock, looking at it, at her. Prudence had a facial expression filled with guilt, and now I knew the truth. I could see it. The creature was exactly how Ian had described, except with wavy ginger hair and a sadness in its beady eyes. This abomination was Lila. This was how Prudence had bought her back, and this was the only way I would ever see Jamie again, a risk I wasn't going to take. After days of disbelief, the reality finally hit me like a ton of bricks. Jamie was dead and he wasn't coming back. "Why did you do this?" I asked, my voice shaking with horror. Prudence scowled at me, trying to mask her shame. "I didn't want this. If you think this was my aim, then you're sicker than I am. I just wanted my granddaughter back. When she died, a part of me died. My son blamed me, his wife blamed me, and although he never said it, I could see in Bernie's eyes that he did too. I'd pushed for her to stay. I wanted to spend more time with her. I got cocky about my ability to cope with the strange occurrences in the flats. I know what you must be thinking, but I swear I didn't know about the sleepwalking until it was too late." We had moved into the flat not long after my son left home to move in with his girlfriend. He's the youngest of 3 and was the last to fly the nest, so we downsized for the 2 of us. He never knew what we were facing in that flat, or the dangers that he sent his little girl into. When it happened, it was a few years after the fire and the troubles with the creatures. We'd struck the deal with the things in the lift, and the neighbors of the burned flats had become a fixture just like the other quirks. I really thought she would be safe. Prudence paused to gaze longingly at the mutated little girl in the cage. The creature just twitched. In return, it bared its 4 rows of teeth and made a gentle hiss. "But how did you do this?" I stopped her with more urgency this time, looking at Rat Lila in disbelief. I had to get answers out of her fast. I didn't want to spend any more time than was absolutely necessary in this shed. "The gardener helped me," she answered, her voice trembling. "Who the fuck is the gardener?" I grew more impatient with every new confusion she threw at me. The last thing I needed was something new and potentially malevolent in the mix. "I didn't mention him in my note because he's been gone for over 20 years. He'll be of no concern to you, so don't worry. His damage is in the past now. Around the time Lila went missing, the council granted planning permission for the tower block next door. But before that was built, the land it sits on acted as a communal garden for ours and the neighboring tower block on the other side. It had a regular gardener named Derek, who you would often see tending the flower beds out front. Derek was one of the first people I met when I moved in. Like I said, I had to work it all out myself, and the first time the window cleaner came to the balcony, I naturally reached to let him in and offer a cup of tea. As my hand applied pressure to the handle to open the balcony door, there was a knock at the front door. I made a gesture to the cleaner to indicate that I would only be a minute and answered. There was Derek. He stopped me and told me not to let the man in, that I would be making a huge mistake. I thought he sounded crazy, and I told him so. After a while of arguing, I got up to reboil the kettle and let the man in, and Derek grabbed my hands and shouted at me to look at the man outside. When I turned to look, there was no man outside, but a monster. He was tall and impossibly thin, flesh and bones, but somehow thinner than bones, with graying skin stretched over them. He had eyes that seemed to be so deep set they went on forever, like the blackest cave you can imagine. Saliva dripped from his mouth and landed on my balcony floor, some sliding down the glass panel of the door. I opened my mouth to scream, but as I did, Derek let go of my hands and the monster was gone. In its place was that smug, friendly man begging for a drink while he cleans the windows. It took me a minute to process it, but I know what I'd seen. That was the real window cleaner. I never intentionally opened or tried to open the door for him again. That day, Derek didn't stay long. He didn't tell me what the window cleaner is or why he visits every few days. He didn't explain anything about the weird things that go on. As much as Derek was a part of the strange happenings, he was like one that had been carved from light. He said that he'd always be around when I needed him, that it was his job to look after the residents just like the flower beds. Over the years, he appeared a few times. He was instrumental in striking a deal with the creatures. When the neighbors died in the fire, he created a special display for them in the garden and made sure that nothing planted was poisonous to the cats as soon as they arrived. He also stopped an imposter from killing Bernie at our front door. He seemed like such a good thing for the residents, always there to help, offer some gentle advice or a creative solution, someone to be trusted. He changed when they granted planning permission for the other block, though. He knew his garden would be dug up to lay foundations and his uses redundant. He became grumpy and bitter over time, but no one paid enough attention to notice, especially not when my tragedy struck. When Lila died, I was devastated. Derek appeared to me as I sat on a bench in the garden crying. He offered to help me, to use the garden to get her back. I snapped at him. I told him it was his fault, and that he should have been there when it happened to stop them. He worked so hard on the agreement with the creatures, he spent a lot of time with them. Lila broke the rule and he had to allow them to do what had been agreed, he said. He couldn't have stopped them. But he wanted to help make things right. I understood why he hadn't intervened. But I couldn't accept it. I lashed out at him. I'm embarrassed to say I actually slapped the poor man along with stamping on his freshly planted flower bed. I was angry and grieving. I quickly burned myself out and collapsed into a blubbering heap on the floor. Derek attempted to comfort me, but his mind was on his garden. He said he was sorry for my loss, but I shouldn't have attacked the flower bed, that he'd always been nice to me, and I should be kinder in return. I snapped and told him that it didn't matter because it was all about to be bulldozed in the next few days anyway. I should have taken more note of the way he twitched as I said that. He snapped. He said that he knew I was angry, but there was no need to take it out on him. If I was that desperate to get Lila back, he knew a way. But it was dangerous. I begged. Anything I said, I would do anything. He told me it was simple and that all I had to do was enter the lift and offer the creatures some food, whilst repeating the phrase revertetur mortuis during their frenzied hours. He said that there was no guarantee they wouldn't be crunching on my bones before I even got the first word out, but that if I succeeded, I would have Lila back. Of course, it was successful. There wasn't a creature in sight as I performed the ritual as instructed. I thought nothing happened at first. She didn't appear straight away, but a few days later I found her running round inside my house. She'd taken a chunk out of Damon's ear with her teeth. I tried to kill her at first, but just as I was about to finalize it, I saw in her eyes who she was. I tried to look for Derek, but by that point the workmen had started. Nothing was left of his garden, and nothing was left of Derek. No one's seen him since. You see, Kat, nothing in that building is totally harmless. You have to be on your guard at all times. I've kept her like this ever since. You may think I'm crazy, but I couldn't kill my own granddaughter. I'm not a monster. Prue sighed and ushered me back out of the shed. She locked the door behind us, closing the padlock on her most hideous secret. I was exhausted. It was a lot of information to take in, and as a result of the information I'd received, real grief for my boyfriend was finally settling in. Every hope I had was dashed. I know many of you tried to tell me in the comments that he was gone, but I wanted you to be wrong so bad. I couldn't bear to look at Prudence Hemmings for another moment. I made my excuses and left, morosely riding the bus back to the tower block I had once been so excited to live in. It was mid-afternoon by the time I got home. The choice between the stairs and lift didn't strike much enthusiasm into me, but I opted for the stairs, and after what I'm sure ended up being 11 flights, I made it the 6 flights up the stairs to my flat. I laid on our mattress on the floor and sobbed for Jamie. I sobbed so hard my throat went dry and hurt, and my stomach cramped with each gasping breath. I sobbed myself to sleep. My body and mind must have given up fighting the need to rest and shut down. When I woke up, it was late, about 10 p.m. I wrote as much of my update as I could for you guys, hit post, and just sat at the dining table with my head in my hands. My whole life had fallen to shit, and I knew it. I thought about so many things, questioned why they were happening to me. I searched social media for updates on Georgia, but there were none. Jamie wasn't super close with his family, but I knew it wasn't long before they'd start to worry. Everything I considered just snowballed in my mind. The loneliness in dealing with this situation was killing me. I decided to do something I usually wouldn't. I went downstairs and I knocked on the door of flat 26. Terry answered. Her perfectly bobbed hair was a little unkempt and out of place. She had huge bags under her eyes and I could smell wine on her breath. "Are you okay, Kat?" She looked concerned. I found it ironic that she looked so disheveled I had forgotten it was me who came for help. I'm sorry, I know I don't know you, I could barely speak. "Don't worry. Prue called me. She told me everything. I'm sorry about your boyfriend. It's a shame I never got to meet him." Terry stared back at me with the same expression a mother would, warm and understanding. "Would you like a cup of tea, maybe something stronger?" "I'd love a coffee, please," I answered meekly, making way into the living room. Her sofa was comfy. It reminded me of being back home at my parents' before any of this started. Terry trotted out to the kitchen, stumbling slightly. I could see the kitchen counter from the sofa and the empty bottle of wine that accounted for her stumbling. As she boiled the kettle, there was a huge crash from somewhere inside the flat. I jumped, feeling startled. Terry coughed in a meager attempt to conceal the noise. "Excuse me for just a moment, please," she muttered apprehensively as she walked out of the living area and into the hallway containing the bedrooms. I heard another crash, giggling, and some inaudible shouting. After a while, things went quiet, and Terry came back into the living room. "Sorry about that, kids, she announced, brushing off the noises. I'd almost forgotten about Eddie and Ellie. It was late already, and by the resigned expression on Terry's face, indicated that this was how all her nights began. I nodded. I couldn't muster up much more of a response. I think she could see that I just needed to sit there. She got up to finish making and then set the cup of tea in front of me with 2 digestive biscuits. I hadn't eaten properly in days, and I really needed the sugar. It turned out me and Terry get along really well. We have similar taste in movies, music, and food despite the age gap. We spoke for about an hour about random, normal stuff. It was nice to get a break from the madness. I got used to the crashing around from the twins. I even laughed a few times. I'd forgotten what that felt like these past few days. The break didn't last long. The next noise that we heard was louder than the first. It was quickly followed by 2 small children running into the living room, diving into their mother's arms. I was taken aback for a moment. Eddie and Ellie were dressed in pajamas and were still the cute children that I had met in the hallway. But something was different. Their brown puppy dog eyes had become deep voids, like what I'd imagined when Prue described the window cleaner's true form. And at the ends of their fingers were long, sharp claws protruding from where nails should be. I didn't have time to recoil in terror at their new looks. Terry clutched them and asked what was wrong. They wailed and buried the voids where their eyes should be into their mother's shoulders. Despite their terrifying exterior, these were 2 very scared little kids. It had been a very long day, and I thought my nightmare was over, but it was only just beginning. Ellie mumbled into Terry's shoulder, in that high-pitched voice kids do when they're scared. "Mummy, we're sorry. We didn't mean to let them in. We were just teasing." "Shh, they're coming," hissed Eddie in the same distressed, high-pitched tone. What have you done?" Terry asked, color drained from her face. The kids didn't get a chance to reply. Terry's face turned paler than I thought possible. I looked up, and standing in the living room doorway were about 10 people, all incredibly average-looking. They were almost expressionless. They didn't look angry or pleased to see us. They were dressed in nondescriptive clothes. I imagined trying to describe them to one of those artists that draws pictures for the police, and I genuinely don't think even one of them had a distinguishing feature. That's why it took me a while to spot her in the crowd, even though she had been glaring at me the entire time. Natalia. The previous tenant left a survival guide. Can you ever really know someone? I woke up the morning after my discovery of the kittens with them crawling all over me. I guessed that they were a little younger than 8 weeks old. They were strong and independent, pouncing on my chest with their sizzling paws to wake me up. They were well looked after. It made it harder to believe that their mother had just abandoned them. I thought I knew the block. My entrance had been dramatic enough to introduce me to what I thought were the majority of strange goings-on in the place. I walked the halls with a naive confidence that the building wouldn't be able to surprise me anymore. I thought I was prepared for anything. The events of the night before had squashed that confidence. I knew that the building had sealed off floor 9 after the fire, but I never considered the possibility of other hidden floors or flats. Every other floor from the ground up was accounted for, and there were no stairs leading downwards. I hadn't set foot inside the lift since Derek had taken me in there, and I couldn't remember an LG or -1 button from when he had. I had never known the cats to reproduce either. By rights, they're all strays, and if they had been working, the place would be overrun with kittens. The cute little bundles on my sofa shouldn't have existed. Jamie was growling still, making low and disturbing noises. Luckily, the screaming had stopped. I nervously unlocked the wardrobe and placed a bowl of cat food in there as quickly as I could before locking it again. The wounds in my chest throbbed as I looked at him and let go of the bowl. Jamie had scratched and bitten a handful of times, but usually by mistake, and he had never hurt me badly. It's only made doing something about him much harder. His attack the day before had been different though, intentional, and as I dropped his food in that morning, he nipped hard at my finger, drawing blood. I sighed with relief as I secured the padlock and shuddered as I listened to him slurp and crunch on his food. I noticed the bloodstains from his attack spattered up the wardrobe door and shoved the spare chair back over the gap to make sure the door was shut and keep the kittens safe. Walking back to the kitchen to make tea, I noticed the vine in the cup of water on my fold-out table. It had grown, way more than any plant should in a matter of hours. It had stretched out of the cup and down the table, producing large, healthy-looking leaves. I had no idea what it meant, if it meant anything at all. If it had come from a room with no sunlight, then, like the kittens, it shouldn't have existed. Ms. Esther Beckman's words echoed in my mind. If you look hard enough, you will find a way. Maybe the friend I had been supposed to help was the kitten's mother. What if she was stuck in the basement and I just needed to find a way in? I didn't have time to think too deeply about it. Terry had run my errands the day before, but I couldn't expect her to do it daily. Percy and Sylvia wouldn't need anything until the weekend now, but Mr. Prentice would struggle without my help. I had to carry on. So I got dressed, placed a bowl of water down for the kittens, promised them I'd bring back proper food, and made my way down the hall to flat 48. I knocked and stood back to give him time to answer. "Morning, Mr. Prentice." I tried my best to smile and be chirpy, putting the whirlwind of thoughts I had to the back of my mind. "Morning, Cat. I'm sorry to hear about Essie. Terry told me yesterday. She was one of the longest-serving residents here, you know, along with myself and Molly. A terrible loss." He hung his head as he gripped his walking stick. "She was a great person. I'm sorry I didn't get to know her for longer," I answered, feeling the fake smile I'd plastered across my face collapse. "She helped me out of a few scrapes. Essie had an extraordinary gift. Never once gave bad advice that I know of. She was a great drinking buddy, too, back in the day." Mr. Prentice chuckled at his memories, but looked truly saddened by the situation. It was the most I'd ever heard him speak in one go, and his mention of how long they'd lived here made me think. "Mr. Prentice, do you know if this place has a basement?" I asked. He pondered my question for a while. "Well, I've never seen one, but that's not to say it doesn't exist." He smiled a little. I could see he had noticed the despair in my eyes, and his smile was comforting. I struggled to find the words to respond, so he changed the subject. "Could you drop some money to my friend at the pub today, please? And grab me a newspaper and a bottle of whiskey if you don't mind." He threw 2 envelopes of cash onto the corridor floor between us, and I nodded, told him I'd be back soon, and set off. As I exited the main doors, I turned to look at the garden and considered searching for the grate again, then and there, but decided I would wait. It was torturous. Instead, I thought of Essie as I made my way through the park, taking in the breeze and the birdsong. The Pickled Gnome, Mr. Prentice's drinking spot, looked sad and empty, with a sign in the window stating closed due to the virus. I popped the envelope labeled Carmilla through a letterbox in the large red door and began to walk away, noticing through the window a lone woman sat at the bar in a dressing gown, nursing a cup of tea. As I carried on towards the shop, I heard a voice behind me. "Hey!" I turned to see the woman standing at the door of the pub, waving her arms. A large, fluffy cat rubbed himself up against her feet. I turned and waved back. "Please tell him thanks. I really appreciate it. Drinks on me when this is over. You should come too," she shouted, beaming at me. "I'll tell him. Stay safe," I shouted back as she ushered the cat back in and closed the door again. Maybe I would have a drink with Mr. Prentice when this was all over. I imagined him with a shot of whiskey telling stories of the block and smiled. It was a nice thought. I ventured further than the usual shop, to one I knew would sell specialized kitten food. I grabbed the whiskey, paper, and a ready meal. Although he never asked, Mr. Prentice never turned down food, and I hated to think of him hungry. When I reached the block again, I struggled to pass the garden a second time, but made my way up the stairs and towards the flat, passing the man on floor 5. "Hi, Jeremiah." I waved at him. No response. Better take that one off the list. I passed the woman from the gnome's message and the items onto Mr. Prentice and rushed home to feed the kittens. As I placed the 3 tiny bowls I'd purchased down, I decided I should name them. I couldn't keep calling them kittens. They became Wrinkles, Tetley, and Mr. Meow, and they were about the only reason I could think of to smile. As they happily lapped up their food, I could hear Jamie growling in the background, scratching at the door. He must have smelled the kitten meat. I waited until they'd finished every last bite and washed up the bowls immediately to reduce any risk of him trying to pound his way out of the cupboard. Then I left the flat to finally search for the basement. I tried the bottom of the stairs, searched the entire lower floor for a new stairwell or a door, but there was nothing. I tried the garden too. The same spot from the night before in the bushes was just plain concrete, no grate to be seen, and no vine growing upwards to match the monster in my kitchen. There was no grate the entire perimeter of the building. My heart sunk with a difficult realization. There was only one place that I hadn't looked. Standing in front of the lift was daunting. I imagined Essie and how it was the last thing she had looked at. I wondered if I would ever know her motives. I imagined Jamie, before any of this, walking in obliviously on his way to another shift at work, smiling stupidly at the novelty of us having our own home. My body shook and my legs became weak, but I managed to force them forward and step inside. Staring at the buttons inside the lift took me back to standing with Derek. How safe I had felt compared to now. Having him around felt like having my own private guardian angel, guiding me every step of the way. His absence left a painful void. It made that tiny metal box feel enormous. I once again searched for button 9 but couldn't find it, despite nothing looking out of place. It was oddly comforting, expected, unlike the past few days had been. The lowest floor I could find was G, the one I was currently standing on, but I knew the lift was able to play tricks. I could never be truly sure, not without Derek. I stared at it for what must have been at least 5 minutes, looking as hard as I could, just like Essie had advised, but it turned up nothing. I was grateful to get out of the lift, but frustrated that it hadn't made anything clearer. I stared at it for a while. Its rickety construction and dilapidated feel made my heart pound. I couldn't look at it without imagining blood and bones lining the floor. "Fuck you, Essie." I cursed underneath my breath as I walked up the stairs towards my flat, defeated. Why did you have to go? Her cryptic intuition had done nothing but raise questions, and she wasn't there to answer any of them. My life was starting to feel like some sort of cruel joke. The stairwell, devoid of average human life, was eerie and just added to my sense of solitude. I'd conquered a huge trauma to even stand in that lift, yet all my searching efforts had taught me was that the man on floor 5 wasn't called Eric or Mikey. I reached the flat and paced around it for a while, being careful not to step on Wrinkles, the largest of my 3 adoptees, who seemed to really enjoy playing around my feet. Mr. Prentice was right. Just because I hadn't been somewhere and couldn't see it, didn't mean that it didn't exist. I'd taken the building for granted and gotten too comfortable. Derek had once described the place as a living organism, and now I truly felt that it was taunting me and mocking my ill-placed confidence. I had to admit to myself that really, in all honesty, I knew nothing about it. Jamie's growls had become like a background symphony to my life. I'm ashamed to say I was able to almost entirely block them out. I couldn't ignore the vine, though. It had wrapped itself around the table leg and stretched most of the kitchen floor, growing towards the balcony and desperately stretching for the light. I wasn't sure what to do with it. If I returned it to the garden, I might never see the grate again. The vine was the only proof to myself I had that it had been there in the first place. I tried to trim part off to take to the garden and compare with the other plants there, knowing that it would be an entirely futile endeavor, but as I clamped down with scissors, they snapped in my hand. The vine was rock solid. It was much tougher than it had been when I'd pulled my foot free. Perhaps the sunlight had done something to it. I tried my best to bunch it into one corner, but soon gave up, slightly terrified that it might suffocate me in my sleep. Tetley was asleep on the sofa while the other two played gently with each other. I sat down and tickled them a little, feeling my fingers start to go numb from the heat. I tried to think of other solutions to my problems than continually searching a concrete wall. I knew it wasn't going to turn up a basement, or tell me why Essie walked into the lift, or help me kill or cure Jamie. Unfortunately, I'm from a generation that's solution to every issue is Google, so that's all I could come up with, and I loaded up my laptop. I tried to search for original plans of the block to see if there was some kind of floor plan or architect drawings that could confirm the presence of a basement, but it turned out the place is too old for those to be online. The block was built in 1951, at the very start of the new high-rise trend. There was limited information on the place other than a few archived articles from around the time it was built and opened. I cursed the libraries having to be shut in this pandemic. According to the articles, it was a turbulent project from start to finish and was overseen by an architect and property development mogul who designed and paid for the building himself. There were reports that he was notoriously difficult to work with and that 3 construction firms pulled out of the project. The next headline I came across intrigued me. Cursed project finally completed, owner found hanged in unoccupied high-rise flats. There was little information on the suicide other than that it happened. If the building had been how it is today, I can imagine that being alone in the place with no information, or even confirmation that what you were seeing was real, could drive anyone mad. None of the articles even had the name of the architect, leaving me at a dead end. It took a few searches and more obscure archived city history blogs than I knew existed before I found anything else that piqued my interest. Heir to tragic high-rise architect's fortune suspected of killing his own son. The article was too blurred to read. It was a poorly taken photograph of a newspaper from the late 50s. This took away my chance, yet again, to find a name for the architect or even the son. I thought about what bad luck the family had suffered. To be able to design and build something like that in those days meant you must have incredible wealth. But no amount of money could save them from tragedy, especially not somewhere like here. I tried to adapt my search, instead entering a rabbit hole of murders in the late 50s. As I scanned the page, I damned human nature. There were so many acts of evil detailed in the blogs. I even learned about Ruth Ellis, the last woman to be executed in the UK in 1955. Eventually, I found an entry that matched up. His name was Albert Miles, and he was the eldest of 2 brothers. When his revered architect father died, he took over management of the tower block that him and his brother had become the very first occupants of. He was hugely successful and pegged to become one of the biggest names in property development in the UK. The once empty block was mostly full by the time the killing happened. Police were called by a resident living directly below Albert Miles, who complained that blood was dripping onto their balcony from above. When police arrived, Albert was nowhere to be found, but the body of his 19-year-old son was starting to decompose in the sun on his balcony. He had been stabbed multiple times. Albert was never found or convicted, and the case remained unsolved, however. Most were in agreement that he did it. A bloodied kitchen knife belonging to Albert dropped just inside the doors to the balcony all but confirmed it. It was interesting, but I wasn't sure it was helpful. I started to worry that my research had gone in completely the wrong direction. I wasn't sure how Albert Miles or the death of his son could help me, and I was about ready to shut my laptop and give up. Then I felt something slither across my shoulder from behind. The vine had grown exponentially, weaving a route from the kitchen to the sofa. I started to panic as it touched my skin, but it didn't wrap itself around me or try to cause any harm, just gently glided across my shoulder and to the computer. It stroked the name of the blog on the header of the page a few times before falling to the ground, only a slight overhang left on the sofa. It didn't want me to stop. There was no more information on Google, so I sent a direct email to the blog owner, asking for anything on the Albert Miles killing that they had, or details of anyone they could direct me to. I claimed it was for a university project. I stopped and watched the TV for a while, the kittens all cuddled on my lap. I was grateful for my blanket, creating just enough barrier to stop me melting. Raspy, wheezing snores came from the bedroom. I decided to spend another night on the sofa. It felt much safer. I started to drift off a little and went to shut the laptop, but a loud ping from my email box woke me. Chills ran up my spine a little as I opened the message. "Hey Kat, thanks for your email. Unfortunately, that particular case is very little known and doesn't have a lot of information out there at all. As you can appreciate, cold cases can be difficult to catalog, but I aim to provide the most comprehensive online case files possible. The only thing I have on this case that isn't on the blog is a photograph of Albert Miles and his unnamed brother outside the high-rise flats. I was new to blogging at the time I wrote that entry and wasn't sure how to insert images. Your message has reminded me to go back and include this one. I've attached here in case it's of any use to you. I would recommend checking out similar case files that may fit your project. Please don't hesitate to get in touch if you have any queries. Thank you for reading. Simon, Murders in the Capital." I felt the frustration bubbling up. No further information, another dead end. I opened up the attachment to take a look at the mysterious Albert Miles. I was resigned that it would be of no use at all. Then the picture loaded. Two men, handsome, and maybe in their mid-late 30s, standing outside the main doors of the largely unchanged block. They were similar looking, with a strong family resemblance but very different demeanors. One was dressed in a sharp-looking suit and stood with a controlled posture. He had a serious facial expression and pointy features. The other was slumped against the wall, a smile on his face and familiar, kind-looking eyes. This man wore a casual outfit that you might expect to see on a laborer of that era. Atop his head was the clue that I had been looking for in the form of a flat cap. Standing there next to Albert Miles was my lost friend Derek. The previous tenant left a survival guide. Not all heroes wear capes. "You're so predictable, Kat. I knew you'd find yourself here, on this particular floor. Apologies for my tardiness to this reunion. I've been cleaning up a rather large mess you left while traveling here." My skin crawled as Albert spoke. He filled me with the opposite of the warmth Derek did. The world became cold and hopeless. "Is everyone okay up there?" I asked, desperately hoping that my stunt with the lift hadn't hurt anyone. "All but one," Albert replied, smiling wryly. "Aren't you going to thank me? Yet another disaster cleaned up by yours truly. It could have been a lot worse." My heart sank as I went through a Rolodex of residents in my mind. It was like I was being told off. I was about to ask who got hurt, but I couldn't find the words in time before the brothers erupted into a bitter row. "Let them go home, Albert. They've learned their lesson. They won't look for me again," Derek interjected firmly. "Are you some kind of idiot?" Albert retorted, rolling his eyes. "All the chaos this girl has caused, and you think I'm going to just let her head back up there to cause more, when she bought such a beautiful gift?" He took a few steps towards Ellie, gazing in wonder, and Derek stepped in front of her. "You aren't coming anywhere near her," he hissed at his brother through gritted teeth. "What is she?" He stopped moving and directed his question at me. "I'm a girl, and my name is Ellie," she shouted from behind Derek defiantly, poking her horns out to the side. She was audibly annoyed at being referred to as a what. "I'm sorry. It's great to meet you, Ellie." He edged a little closer again and got down to void level, just like Derek had not long ago. There was no instant connection this time, though, just a twisted fascination in his eyes. He spoke as if she wasn't even there. Exquisite? She's natural. Of course she is, Derek responded, stepping back as he continued to guard the little girl. Nothing you mess with works out very well, does it? That depends on your definition. Your successes all panned out pretty poorly, don't you think, little brother? He snapped back. What are you talking about? I blurted, confused. I had no idea what they meant by natural or what they were arguing over. In fact, I had personally always found Ellie's demonic appearance quite unnatural myself. Albert scoffed maniacally as Derek looked at the floor. The sibling dynamic was so visible, you could see Derek being put into a place of little brother, trying to hide behind the peak of his flat cap. Regardless, he valiantly continued to shield Ellie. Finally, Albert stood up and addressed me directly again. He hasn't told you anything, has he? About this place, about how it throws out creations you could barely imagine. He looked around him as he referred to the building below that we had been trapped in and continued. You have no idea of the power this land has, the power it gives to people who stay. Ever wonder how Prudence Hemmings managed to throw a fully grown man off a balcony and chase you up all those stairs, at her age? Or why Mr. Prentice becomes that other thing? Or why me and my lovely brother here aren't long dead? They're just all too stupid to notice. They have no idea what's right beneath them. They won't ever realize the potential. My mind reeled at his words. Maybe the building really could change its inhabitants. To be honest, I spent more time than I'd like to admit wondering how I hadn't found it easier to escape Prue. I was permanently scarred from the altercation after all. Despite my contempt for Albert, I recognized that what he was saying made sense. I noted the residents he mentioned. All of them had spent decades in the building. It wasn't a far stretch at all to believe that it could have irreparably altered them somehow. There were others that I could think of, however, that had been there just as long and seemed as normal as you or me. All the questions hurt my mind. I heard a yelp and some pained moans and turned to flat -51, where Essie was frantically trying to wrench herself up off the floor. Every time she got close, another bone would crack and her jaw would edge slightly lower. Blood oozed from the wounds. Just let them go. This is pointless. Derek tried to interrupt, to keep things moving. I wouldn't let him. Looking at my friend being tortured by her own body had only made me angry again. No, what do you mean she's natural? I shouted at him, curiosity about their conversation getting the better of me. Derek spoke as Albert smugly grinned in the background. Cat, we can do things. It doesn't just end with an extended life. We can manipulate some of the people and things that pass through here. That's why I was able to give Prudence the way to get Lila back. It's why those things listen to me. Derek pointed at Albert before continuing. He gave that cult the ability to burn the whole floor with their minds, and I gave the residents that died new life as the cats. Since he left to stay down here, he's been messing around with anyone and anything he can get his hands on. I've tried to stop it over the years, but I don't always manage. Those people you dealt with on the floor below the basement, they were all his failed experiments. Those poor people were once residents upstairs that ended up here by mistake, 50 years worth. Albert couldn't let him continue. He was bursting with the need to gloat. I wouldn't say they failed. They're all beautifully grim. I thought you were a fan of giving things new life, little brother. There was little to no feeling in his voice. His sharp tone and dusty suit made him almost like a caricatured amalgamation of every Disney villain recorded. Except in Disney films, the villain didn't win. And looking at Essie, writhing in pain on the floor of not her doorway, Albert had won already. Derek stayed silent. I could see he felt guilty for even being associated. He just looked at me in desperation. I tried to fathom what they were saying. So, Jamie was unnatural? I asked timidly, taking in the inference that his monster form had been nothing more than a byproduct of Derek's power. Just another twisted experiment, like the mangled people whose screams rang in my ears. I wondered if he had felt pain like they did. Albert erupted into laughter and once again clapped mockingly. There's that intelligence I liked about you when we first met. It's in there, girl. Now you get it. Can you explain to me where your little friend came from? His words were patronizing, but he couldn't hide his curiosity. He took another few steps towards Ellie as Derek stood bravely in front of her. It's not often I find one I'm unaware of. I don't know how I've missed her, especially when she was able to do so much damage to my other creations. You should have seen what she did to one of the pair that inhabit the lift. I have to have her. Ellie reached a clawed hand forward and pushed Derek aside with such force that he was taken off his feet. She hissed, just as she had with the rat creatures and the mangled people. Albert winced but stayed stoic as his face filled with joy. "You're mean!" she shouted at him. My heart melted a little that she thought that those two words were fitting for the situation, if only things were as simple as they are in the mind of a 7-year-old. Derek stumbled to his feet and watched closely, in awe of Ellie's blind courage. Albert once again dropped to his knees to face her. She stood defiantly, her voids fixed on his cold eyes. He started to reach his hand out towards her. She growled softly in response. "No!" I screamed. Visions of her disintegrating in front of my eyes filled my mind. I couldn't let him touch her. I started to run towards them, but Derek grabbed me and held me in place as he whispered in my muffled ear. "He won't hurt her, but he will hurt you." I looked at his stumped hand and listened, despite my discomfort. I thought back to the article about Albert's son's death, and for the first time, I wasn't sure I trusted Derek. How could I know for sure that he wouldn't hurt her? I was ready to jump forward and throw Ellie out of the way at any point. Albert stopped just millimeters short of Ellie's face, his fingers hovering in front of the deep black voids. His eyes were filled with wonder. The expression on his face was how I must have looked the first time I saw her too. "It isn't just you, is it, Ellie?" he mused, a smile erupting across his face. "There's two of you." I should have been alarmed, worried that he had realized she was a twin. I should have pondered how he knew, but at this stage semantics were pointless. Instead, his lack of knowledge about Eddie's existence filled me with relief that he hadn't been harmed upstairs. If he had, Albert wouldn't have been so fascinated by his sister. "Eddie wouldn't like you either," she said bluntly, breaking the magic in his eyes. Before I could make a single move, Derek had leapt across the room and got between them again. "Let them go," Derek said calmly, one more time. "They don't belong down here." I'm finding it hard to believe that she didn't come from down here. And I promised that one. Albert tilted his head in my direction. A fate just like hers. He pointed at Essie, who had bloodied red tears running down her face as she squirmed on the floor. I watched the jagged edge of her snapped thigh bone scrape against the carpet, pulling it further out of her skin, and I cringed hard. Derek didn't respond to his brother. Instead, he grabbed Ellie's clawed hand and walked her towards Essie's flat. "What are you doing?" Albert cried out in a condescending fashion, scrambling up from his knees and following. I couldn't bear to see him get closer. An anger bubbled inside me, and the entire floor went dead silent. All noise was replaced by a deep mental echoing of the screams of the mangled people. I thought of all the suffering the landlord had caused and watched as he edged towards that pure, innocent, demonic little girl, and I saw red. I sprinted at him and threw myself forwards, tackling him to the floor from behind. Raising a clenched fist, I punched him hard in the face. I had never hit anyone like that before. I'd never felt the red mist that those who get angry describe until that moment. I wasn't sure what I thought my interference would do. I knew that I wasn't going to be able to kill him, and that I probably wouldn't be able to do any damage at all. But Ellie had saved me so many times already that night that I couldn't let him get to her. Albert's cold, dead-looking eyes bore into my soul, and he let out a joyless giggle as he wrestled me to the ground so that he had the upper hand. He hovered his hand over my face, just like he had Jamie, pinning me down with the other. I wondered if it was the last thing his son had seen before he died. Jamie, Essie before the torture, all of them. Had this been it? Could the last real memory they had be those cold eyes? I prepared to die. Since moving into the tower block, it was something that I'd done more than most, but this time felt permanent. Everything but Albert went black. I squeezed my eyes shut tightly and tried to think of the things I wanted to remember, the people upstairs that had become family to me. Death never came. Instead, I felt a crushing and release as someone grabbed Albert from above me and threw him against the wall. I sat up panting, in shock that I was alive. I was disoriented and my ears continued to ring. I opened my eyes. The artificial light started to penetrate the black, and all I could see was Derek's tweed flat cap on the floor beside me. My heart stopped. The next sound I heard was familiar, but somehow bigger than ever before. I blinked a few times to see Ellie, claws raised menacingly in the air, roaring at Albert, who had been grabbed by his brother and had in turn overpowered him. She was much taller and wider than usual, a gigantic figure towering above all of us, and her human features that came through the demonic ones were greatly reduced. If I didn't love her so dearly, I would be tempted to describe her as terrifying and monstrous. Albert took his attention away from Derek, a smug and slimy smile forming ear to ear as he marveled at the giant girl. He moved towards her in a trance-like state. Ellie opened her mouth as she stood above Albert with her claws, revealing long, sharpened teeth with prominent fangs in the front. Somehow her voids for eyes seemed infinitely deeper. Then she bit him. Her sharp fangs pierced Albert's skull, sending blood and brain matter spattering across the corridor and all over me, Essie, and Derek. She didn't stop there. Ravenously, she laid into him with her teeth, pinning him hoisted up to the wall with foot-long claws by his limbs. She had as good as crucified him and was consuming parts. Bone and organ littered the floor and walls, and what was left of limbs twitched as she severed nerves. I watched in horror and awe. A symphony of screaming, growling, and crunching, breaking through my muffled hearing. When he stopped moving and what remained slid down the wall, leaving a trail of blood, Ellie's size reduced as well, almost instantaneously. Neither me nor Derek had any words, as the now little again demonic girl stood beside a corpse of her making. She ran towards Derek with her arms outstretched, bloodied mouth, and embraced him. He held her tightly, his kindly eyes filled with the shock of what he'd just witnessed. After a minute or so, she broke from Derek and turned to me and helped me up before doing the same. It felt good to know that she was safe. She stopped hugging and stood facing us both before speaking, voids facing the ground. He was going to hurt us all. There's a death row inmate who we've executed over a dozen times. He won't stay dead. We killed Joseph Glass for the first time on August 18th, 1999. I knew he was a strange case since day one. Never seen a guy so happy to die before. It was like we were doing him a favor. He refused the automatic appeal. He refused to be seen by a chaplain. He just wanted it over with. It had only taken a little over a year, and it was already time for him to make his appointment with God. He freaked me out just passing by his cell. He was like our very own Hannibal Lecter, the way he just stood there in the back of his cell like he'd been waiting for you. The lights always burned out in any cell he was in, and maintenance had gotten tired of fixing them. Not that he seemed to mind in the slightest. The darkness seemed to swallow his top half, and all I could see were the whites of his beady little eyes poking out of all that black. Billy drummed his baton against the bars. "Up and at 'em, cowpoke," he called in that mocking tone. "Time finally come for you to pay what you owe, you sick son of a—" Billy. Warden Taft silenced him with a word. "If you can't act like a professional, you're going to have to sit this one out." Billy paused and licked his chapped lips. "Nah," he muttered. "This is a show I can't miss." Glass seemed to tick Billy off more than any prisoner before him. He liked him to at least pretend to feel sorry for what they've done, or act scared of what's coming to him. This one didn't even have the common decency to shed a tear. He was as stone-faced as a statue, even while being marched to the chair. Billy liked to joke sometimes that we ought to take the guy out back with some car batteries and really put the fear of God into him, get him to cut out that stoic act. I think he was only half joking. After what this guy did to those girls, well, Billy has a daughter, so I guess it struck a chord. We all watched him fry. The warden, his closest men, the thin-faced man representing the commissioner of corrections, the prison physician, The families of those poor girls. It couldn't have gone more by the book. Only oddity I'd noticed at the time was that the stench of death never quite left the clothes I'd worn that day. And then the next morning, we came into work to see the whites of those beady little eyes staring at us from the darkness again. "Good morning, sirs," he said, just as he did every morning in that airy, hoarse little voice. I'll admit it. I dropped everything I was carrying, stumbled back, stammered like a confused child. Hell, I almost screamed. You're not... You're supposed to be..." "I don't know what you mean, sir." He leaned in like he was trying to stare a hole through my chest. His tone almost sounded disappointed. "You never came for me. You promised me that yesterday would be the end, sir, but you never came. I waited all night long. Why did you lie to me?" Me and Taft looked at each other. We both had the exact same question on our minds. If Glass was still alive, who the hell did we roll into the morgue last night? "Jesus Christ," Taft gagged when he pulled back the cadaver cover, stumbling away. "It's Billy." I looked. I know I shouldn't have, but I couldn't help it. And I'll be forever haunted by the sight of my friend lying there on his back, mouth agape and cloudy eyes staring into the ceiling, open wide as if he'd spent his last moments in a state of terror. The public never found out what happened. The cover-up story was that poor Billy had been taken by cardiac arrest. Internally, it was the scandal to end all scandals. Worst case of incompetence and negligence in history, they called it. They brought the hammer down on anyone even tangentially involved. Me and Taft were out on our ears, and they would have prosecuted us too, but that would have required admitting it ever happened. But I just could never wrap my head around it. Of those dozens of witnesses, not a single person noticed we were strapping a guard to the chair, not an inmate. It was impossible to the point of absurdity. Glass had been the man in that chair. I'd never been more certain of anything in my life. Some months later, I noticed power flickering off all over the city one evening. It was brief, so I thought nothing of it, at least until I got a call from a familiar number the very next morning. "I understand you were one of the staff who regularly worked with one Joseph Glass. We would like to consult with you about an evolving situation." "Oh." "At 7 p.m. yesterday, we attempted the execution of Joseph Glass for the second time." There was a long pause, and when the voice returned, the professionalism had melted away, replaced with a baffled anxiety. "And well, it didn't work." I blinked. "It didn't... what?" There came a long sigh. "Perhaps it'd be best if you saw for yourself." And just like that, me and Taft had our jobs back. Officially, Joseph Glass had been successfully executed on August 18, 1999. Unofficially, they'd tried again 6 months later, just to tie up loose ends. This time, he hadn't even had the courtesy to pretend to die. He just sat there on the chair, motionless and unaffected, while the CO who'd flipped the switch suddenly seized up and began to convulse, screaming and gnashing and wailing as electricity seared him beneath his skin, clawing at his chest until his eyes popped in his skull and rolled down his face like melted candle wax. All around him, lights flickering, machines bursting from pressure, electrical panels vomiting arcs of static. It was a mess. The feds were crawling all over this case now from a department I've never heard of. Something about investigating preternatural activity. They told me Glass was refusing to speak with anybody but the COs who'd once cared for him. Being walked into that interrogation room almost made me feel like I, myself, was a convict being marched to his execution. Glass was staring at me when I walked in, like he'd been sat there motionless, waiting for me. I expected nothing less. I took a shuddering breath as I sat across from him. I'd sat across from serial killers and psychos before and showed no hint of fear, but how could I not now sitting across from a man who can kill people without touching them? "Glass. Officer Mendez." His tone betrayed no emotion. "I had thought you'd abandoned me." I winced. "Number no, Glass. I'd just been temporarily relieved." "It's good to see you again. Would you like a glass of water?" I offered it to him. He didn't even look at it. His eyes just bored into mine, relentless. I'm here to ask you a few questions. Silence. Okay, Glass, I need to know how you killed Billy and Kramer. I didn't, he replied. It did. It? The thing standing behind you. I didn't bother to turn around. I had enough experience with prisoners trying to trick me into looking the other way while they pulled off some half-baked escape plan. Glass, please, let's take this seriously, I replied. I've always treated you with respect, haven't I? You've never had any problems with me. Actually, I do. I have a problem with all of you. Oh? You here all believe that death is a punishment. There was the first hint of emotion I'd ever heard in his voice. It's not. It's freedom. The only freedom. You promised me that gift. You promised me you'd let me die. You've given it to so many other prisoners while leaving me behind. With all of your machines and your science and your knowledge, surely you can find a way, if anyone. My throat felt suddenly dry. I had to take a sip of the water myself and hoped it would quell my burning nerves. We're trying our best, Glass, but you have to work with us. It may help if you told us what exactly is preventing us from executing you. He moved for the first time, leaning in so slow as to be almost imperceptible. It won't let me die. And that's when I felt a hand settle on my shoulder from behind. Everything stopped. My lungs stopped inflating. I swear my heart stopped beating, and my blood froze in place in my veins, and it all felt so cold. I could see the hand in the corner of my eyes, long and veiny and black. I could feel the breath on the back of my neck. I'd once mocked the way deers froze in headlights. Now I understood. I couldn't move, I couldn't blink, I couldn't think. I couldn't even take a single breath. Even as my lungs began to cry out for air, and my vision blurred, and my thoughts melded together. All I could see was Joseph's eyes staring into mine. Those infinite fathoms of darkness, that Stygian sea that swirled and stormed and thundered in the blackness of his iris, and the eyes of things waiting a million leagues below the waters. And I would have suffocated there, too terrified to even breathe, if those agents in black had not called off the interrogation then and come storming into the room. Later they showed me the tapes from the security camera. There'd been nothing behind me, nothing placing its thin hand upon my shoulder, nothing at all. On May 7th, 2001, Glass was set to be executed for the third time, via hanging, or so I heard, in some government black site somewhere, far from prying eyes. While it was set to happen, me and Taft were sharing glasses of scotch in his office, nominally to celebrate. Really, because we were scared. Taft always struck me as young at heart despite his years, but this was the first time the warden had ever looked truly, properly old. He watched the yard below as he had a drink. Did I ever tell you why I chose this line of work, Mendez? I shook my head, and he sighed. Back in '63, they found a woman's body in the back seat of a burnt-out car in some state park near my neighborhood. A prostitute. One of her Johns had chopped her up, burned all the evidence. And you know what got me, Mendez? Nobody cared. Nobody bothered to investigate. Who will notice one less hooker on the corner of Fifth Avenue, right? It didn't sit right with me. The way I see it, Mendez, every life matters. Even the ones we try and cast aside. Everybody's got people who love them, and childhood memories, and all that. Everybody deserves justice, no matter who they were. He set down his glass and looked me in the eyes. So I joined the force, got the case reopened, found the guy, and I watched him fry. And I like to imagine she was there watching too as he burned. There was a tense moment, and then a chuckle. Of course, after that bullet to the hip in '71, I couldn't walk the beat anymore. But I've been just as happy here, watching justice be served. It makes me feel like there's some kind of karmic order to the world. Good deeds and bad deeds get repaid in kind. It was clear there was something lurking beneath his words, some unspoken thesis. Eventually, with old, wrinkled, tired eyes, he said it. I've thought about it, and if Glass doesn't die tonight, I'm finally going to retire, Mendez, he confessed. After what he did to those girls, what kind of order can there be in a world where a monster like that is just beyond justice? I was shocked. Warden Taft always struck me as an unmoving fixture. What would we do without him? "He'll die, sir," I promised. "It'll work this time, it has to." But he seemed deeply uncertain. With one last shuddering drink, he leaned forward. His eyes. He stared at my expression, as if desperate for me to understand, for me to know. Those things in his eyes, haven't you seen them? And at that moment, Taft was yanked up out of his chair. It was so sudden, so inexplicable, I could barely register what I was witnessing. Some unseen force lifted him 2 or 3 feet above the ground, dangling him there. He choked, coughed, and sputtered, desperate to gasp down air which would not come, and clawed at something around his neck which I could not see. He was hanging, I realized, and with wide, horrified eyes, the same as Billy's had been, he silently begged me for help. I sprang from my chair and wrapped my arms around his dangling legs. At first I tried to pull him down to the floor, but I realized it was only tightening the invisible noose around his neck. Then I tried lifting him as high as I could, which gave him some relief, but not much. Tears rolled down his face as it swelled and turned blue. And even though I could not see the noose, I could see the bruised purple skin where it had squeezed around his neck. All the while, I screamed myself hoarse. "Help! Somebody, please! Jesus Christ, we need help in here!" But nobody came. And all of a sudden, some unseen force seemed to sweep my feet out from under me. I dropped like a bag of bricks, but I was so startled I maintained my grip around the warden's legs. I fell and yanked him down with me, and his body suddenly jolted with a sickening crack. It took me a while to manage the courage to look up at him. His neck had been stretched far too long, and his head was bent to the side at almost a 90-degree angle. Eyes wide, round, and bloated tongue hanging from dry lips. And then whatever force had suspended him disappeared, and his body fell upon me while I screamed and screamed. I came bursting from his office to find my co-workers casually chatting and working just outside. Somehow, despite all my screaming and begging while Taft was dying, none of them had heard a thing. I took a page from Taft. I wanted out. We were dealing with something unholy here, something whose tendrils could reach any distance, and my life, who knows, maybe even my soul, was at hazard. But the agents in the sharp suits made one thing clear. If I refused to cooperate, well, I would make the perfect scapegoat for the murder of Warden Taft. I was marched into the interrogation room to find a Joseph Glass that had abandoned all pretense of humanity. His eyes had darkened to a pure black, or perhaps he had no eyes at all, only windows into some place of outer darkness. I was shaking like a leaf as I sat in front of him, feeling more like a prisoner than he was. Mr. Glass." No reply. I shuddered, trying to focus on my little piece of paper to distract myself from the blackness of his eyes. I have some questions I'm supposed to ask you. Is that okay?" Silence. I take a deep breath. "How old are you, Glass?" I thought it was just one of those basic questions. Conversation starters, really. I couldn't have prepared myself for his answer. "I am old, child." His voice was nothing like I remembered. It was deep and low and rumbling, like there were multiple people speaking in unison, and all were equally ancient. "Older than you could possibly know. Older than this nation, and older even than the empire that once bore it." I had to fight the basic animal instinct to flee. Focus on the questions, I thought. "Why did you do what you did to those girls?" "Just so I could feel something again," he whispered. "Anything." "Did you not feel the slightest bit of guilt? Remorse?" "You ask that of me? Me who has watched empires rise and fall." He almost sounded amused. "Does time feel remorse? For time has killed far more than I. But mankind is like the Hydra. All I've killed will be replaced by, essentially, identical stock, and in greater numbers. And then they will die and be replaced. And so the cycle will continue forever." Did you expect me to pity them for being given the death I myself covet? Only the dead are given leave of the cycle. It is a blessing. And suddenly, he stood from his chair, as if he'd never been restrained at all. A blessing you promised me, Officer Mendez. I stared up at him in disbelief. What? How did you? But I couldn't even stammer a sentence out before he was upon me, crawling over the table with the eerie grace of a spider. These were no longer the imperceptible hints of emotions I'd come to expect. It was like a switch had been flipped. Tears streamed down his cheeks, snarling with genuine rage, hurt, betrayal. And beneath those black seas in his eyes, all the things that haunted the fathoms below were rising to the surface. You owe me a death. Make good on your word. Pay your debt. I cried out and recoiled from his every touch with disgust, but he was stronger than he looked. I couldn't worm my way out of his impossible grip. I won't. Get off of me, you sick bastard. Do it. Pay me what you owe. It was like 1,000 different voices screaming in my ear. Straining and weeping, I locked my hands around his neck and pressed my thumbs against his throat, trying to strangle him. But instead, I could just feel that grip upon my own neck, squeezing the life out of myself as my lungs burned for air. Yet I kept pressing harder and harder, as if hoping I might somehow break through whatever unholy force was protecting him. And then those terrible hands grasped my shoulders again, and I was paralyzed by a terror that could be called nothing but ancient and primal. Like the thing standing behind me was the same force that had kept my ancestors huddled terrified in their caves 100,000 years ago, and every one of those voices was crying out to me through my very blood, and it pulled me from my chair, threw me as though I were weightless, and the next thing I knew, I was waking up in the infirmary. Once more, none of this was captured on the security camera. In the footage, I just enter the room and have a seat with strange, almost robotic movements. And then the both us just sit there, staring at each other without speaking, without moving, without blinking, for an hour. After this, Joseph Glass entered a catatonic state, and from then on refused to converse with even me. Now that my usefulness had ended, the agents discarded me like yesterday's trash. Don't even seem to care if I tell anybody. Who would believe me? I thought I'd gotten lucky, that my nightmare was over. I couldn't have been more wrong. Go sorting through any public records and you won't find a single mention of the name Joseph Glass. They've squirreled him away in that off-the-books black site and scrubbed away every other trace of him. I'd say he'd been unpersoned, if indeed he could ever be called a person at all. But they're still trying every execution method in the book. I don't know quite why. Maybe it's for research. I'm sure the US military would love to find the secret to making its men as unkillable as Glass. And besides, they're not the ones who have to deal with the consequences. On June 3rd, 2005, they tried a firing squad. I know this because me and my wife were out on our second honeymoon, slow dancing by the lake at night to our favorite song, when I felt a wetness against my chest. I looked down to see her eyes as gray and dull as foggy glass, and her chest shredded to Swiss cheese by rounds that made no sound. On December 23, 2012, they tried lethal injection. That was the day they found my son's car wrapped around a tree, and baffled coroners discovered that he was dead before the accident even occurred, his bloodstream polluted with pavilon and potassium chloride. It's been years since I've isolated myself from everyone I knew, hermiting away in this cabin out in the middle of nowhere. And yet the stench of death still follows me. Just a couple years ago, I found a news report mentioning my nephew. Apparently, he'd been found completely exsanguinated, his veins emptied utterly despite no signs of a struggle. God knows what kind of arcane methods of execution they're trying by now. He's not going to let me walk away from this. Not while I still owe him a debt. But I've been doing some research too. Research into those untold legions of things I witnessed staring up from that blackened sea in Glass's eyes. I've learned things men were not meant to know. Practiced rites, assembled tools, ingredients. And I think I know where they're keeping him. Even though they blindfolded me, I counted the second between every turn on our way to the black site. and I've since spent weeks watching the place, cataloging every entry point. Maybe I'm slipping into madness, or maybe I've truly found the way to put an end to the horror, to finally give this monster the justice that Taft would have wanted for him. Joseph Glass had been right about one single thing. I have to pay what I owe, even if it kills me. My son's camera monitor alerted in the middle of the night. I checked it and saw my wife and son sitting on the bed. They weren't my wife and son. I'm a nurse, and I currently work nights. It's a total drag, but I'm hopeful I can go to days soon, since some coworkers are planning retirements. Anyway, I was working one night when just after 3 a.m., my son's monitor alerted me to sound and movement. No big deal at all. He probably coughed loudly or sneezed or something. He's 3 now, so he generally sleeps all night. I bring it up on my phone, and I see him and my wife sitting on the bed. Again, no big deal. He might have cried out or gotten scared or something. I was about to close the app when I noticed they were acting strange, almost creepy. And when I say almost creepy, I mean creepy as balls. They were sitting on the bed together, both of them just staring up at the camera with blank, emotionless stares. The night vision is black and white, so they had white, eerie-looking eyes. They didn't move at all aside from their visible breathing. They just sat there staring at the camera. I close the app and give my wife a call to make sure everything is okay. I never get to call home on lunch, so in a way this is kind of nice to get to talk to my family while at work. It rings a couple times before she answers with a very groggy, "Hello?" It was like she was dead asleep when I called, and she looked wide awake when on the camera. "Hey, you guys okay?" "Huh? Yeah. Buddy, my son's nickname, came in like 15 minutes ago. Seemed scared, so I said he could sleep with Mama. I'm confused here since I saw them in his room a minute ago." Literally 60 seconds had passed since I closed the app and made the call. "Wait, so you guys are in bed?" "Yeah, I fell back asleep right away. Everything okay? Everybody keeps waking me up." She's kind of annoyed. "Hang on a sec." I put her on speaker and bring up the app, hoping I don't see it. When the app loads, I get that pang of intense nervousness in my stomach that I haven't had in a long time, since I was a kid in school and realized while I was eating breakfast, a paper or something was due that day and I hadn't done it. My heart leaps into my throat. My wife and son are sitting on his bed looking up at the camera, same emotionless stares. "Hello? You guys are in bed, right?" "Yeah, we're trying to sleep." "Well, I'm looking at his camera and I see you two sitting on his bed." "Huh? Number, we're in our bed." "I know that's what you mean, but I'm looking at his bed and you two are in there." "Hang on," she says. She's quiet for a sec while she brings up the camera on her phone. I hear this guttural, terrified gasp, like she had sucked all the air in the room into her lungs, filling them to capacity. I don't hear this kind of gasp from my wife often, usually only when she's truly afraid, like during a jump scare in a movie, or one time when we turned her back on our son for literally a second, and he was down by the mailbox inches from the road. I hear rustling of sheets and the line goes dead. Of course, now I'm absolutely terrified myself, so I immediately call back. It goes to voicemail, so I call again. I call again and again with no answer. Finally, after about 4 minutes, she calls me. I tell you that 4 minutes felt like 40 years. "Hey, what's happening?" I ask. She's absolutely hysterical and crying. I can't understand a word she says. "Stop. Slow down for just a second," I say. She slows down enough to explain they are in the car and driving to her parents. She looked at the camera, and when she saw what was on it, she got up and grabbed our son and rushed downstairs and out the door. Didn't even close the garage. "Don't worry about it," I said. "I'll drive by when I get off and close it." We live in a generally safe neighborhood, so I'm not too concerned the door is up. "You will not go in there," she says. "Hell no," I return. "Why are we on the camera?" she asked. "Is it a recording?" "I don't know," I return. "I'm going to keep watching it and see if there's anything I can tell. Do our code words with Buddy." We have code words because we're nerds. We've seen too many pod people and imposter movies, so we decided a long time ago to make code words with each other to be able to tell if one of us was an imposter. We have a couple code words, but we also have a 3-sentence story we recite together. each saying a different part alternately of each other. I hear her on the phone saying the things we taught our son. He giggles as he says them. He does every time we practice, since he thinks they're a joke and doesn't have any idea of the real meaning. We're both convinced he's our son. My wife then says our part, and I'm convinced she's her. We made up these words as a complete joke to ourselves. I never once in my life ever imagined we'd actually need them. Unreal. She got to her parents safely, and it was hard to hang up. I told her we'll figure it out in the morning, hopefully just a glitch. She said she didn't think it was a glitch. When she was running out, she had to run by our son's room and the door was open. There's a little flashing light on the back of the camera that indicates it's connected to the internet. It gives off just enough light that when she ran by, she thought she saw, out of the corner of her eye, a shadowy outline of what could have been an adult sitting on our son's bed. It sends chills down my spine to think about. Knowing they were safe and out of the house is the only thing that kept me at work that night. It was a long 4 hours, but I kept checking the camera every chance I got. Sure enough, they were still sitting on the bed, staring up at the camera with emotionless gazes. I studied them to see if I could see any pattern, from their breathing to their blinking. Their breathing was steady and looked normal. It was their blinking that would tell me if this was just some kind of bizarre, time-looped freak accident video or not. I intently stare at my phone and count the seconds between each blink, telling myself if this is a loop, then their blinks should be even and occur at the same time each time. There was no pattern to their blinking. It was erratic and random, just as a person blinking should be. The passing hours are what finally sealed the deal that this was not a weird looped video of some kind. My son's window is visible on camera, and I can see on camera that it is getting lighter outside his room. His curtains keep out just enough light to prevent the camera from exiting night vision, but lets in just enough to be able to tell the sun is rising. I try to figure out what the hell I'm going to do before I leave work. Calling the police comes to mind, but I talk myself out of it. First of all, what am I supposed to say? Someone is in my house that looks like my wife but isn't. Worse yet, what if they are entities of some kind and the police do go over and it kills them or something? I decide to tell coworker about it. He's a firm believer in the paranormal and might have a suggestion. I show him the video and tell him the story. His initial response of, "That's creepy as fuck," doesn't help much, but he says he wants to go over and check it out. He says we both should, to see if not my wife will try and act like my wife. I tell him absolutely not, and he says we should at least go to the house even if we don't go in. I agree on that since I wanted to close the garage. We got to my house and walked around the perimeter first. Not sure what we wanted to accomplish by that, but it felt like something we should do. The curtains were all drawn since nobody was there to open them in the morning, so we couldn't see anything. I went to close the garage and suddenly had this overwhelming urge to go inside and investigate. It was like I just had to know what was going on. So in we went. We walked through the kitchen towards the foyer where the stairs are. It's so quiet in our house right now you could hear a feather drop, forget the pin. We stop at the bottom of the stairs and wait a few seconds. I look at the camera again and they are still sitting there. I've never been so scared in my life. My coworker puts his foot on the first step and I suddenly say, "Stop," loudly. "Forget this. We're out of here," I tell him. "Come on." I start making my way back to the kitchen. We hear a loud creak in the floor from upstairs. It's my son's room. He has a very loud, creaky board right in the middle of his floor that's almost impossible not to step on. My wife and I are still deciding if we ever want to fix it because it will alert us if he's ever up to no good when he gets older trying to sneak out or something. "Come on, come on, come on," I yell as I motion for him to move his ass. We're out of the house in about 2 seconds. Out on the street, I check my phone. Now only Not My Son was sitting on the bed, same blank stare. Not My Wife was gone. Holy shit, my coworker says. That was stupid as fuck of us. Do not tell my wife we went inside. She would be so ungodly mad if she found out what we just did. I use my garage door opener in my car to close the door. Before we leave, I look at the camera again. Not My Wife is back on the bed with Not My Son, both staring blankly up at the camera, blinking every few seconds. That was all about 4 days ago now. Not My Wife and Not My Son are still sitting on the bed staring up at the camera. They haven't moved a millimeter. We obviously haven't gone back to our house. What do we do? I'm sorry it's taken so long. It's been an emotional month. I've felt like I'm losing my mind, or already lost it. I've been in the hospital for 3 weeks. You'll remember I left off at my wife's parents' house, not sure what the hell to do. My wife and I argued about it. My in-laws said, call the priest. I told my wife we're calling the cops, and that's it. The day we finally called the cops would be day 6. Not my family was still sitting on the goddamn bed staring at the camera. I told the dispatcher there were intruders in my house, leaving out the part where they looked exactly like my family. I told her we were out of the house, but I would meet the police there. She dispatched 2 units. My wife begged me not to go. I told her I had to be there. I had a foolproof plan. I would take her mom's iPhone and FaceTime with my wife while showing the police the camera on my phone. They would see this as a fucked up situation and hopefully proceed with caution. My coworker friend said he would come with me as well. My friend and I beat the cops to my house. Like most of you mentioned in the comments previously, I was packing heat. I have a concealed carry, so I had my 1911.45 on me. I was not concerned this would bother the cops, as I was going to inform them of my permit and that I was currently carrying. What I wasn't going to tell them was that I had my father-in-law's AR-15 in my trunk. It's almost funny how many of you mentioned that was the way to go in my previous entry. I didn't plan on telling the cops about it because I was not planning on needing it. They would come armed and prepared. They showed up, and I let them know I was armed, and then enacted my plan. I initially told them the story. They looked at each other like I was crazy, and they didn't believe me. I FaceTimed my wife so they could see she was in fact not in the house despite what our camera was showing. They still didn't seem to believe me, but this did pique their interest. I hung up with my wife and told her I'd call her back as soon as we knew something. So now we're sure this isn't a recording, an officer stated, repeating what I said. It's not. The day-night cycle has changed every day. Their blinking is erratic and not cyclical like it was a repeat, I said. I know it's a stupid question, but your wife isn't a twin? The other officer asked. I told him no. My friend spoke up. I have an idea. Turn the volume up, I'll go throw a pebble at the window. He went around back while I turned up the volume to the max. Okay, I'm tossing. We heard the light tick sound from outside, but the 1-second delay on the camera came in loud and clear through my phone. Not my wife moved at the sound of the pebble hitting the window. The first time I'd actually seen her move aside from the time she wasn't on screen, when I initially went inside our house the first day. She turned her head towards the window just slightly, before turning back to the camera. Okay, so this is live, an officer said. Okay, sir, I need you and your friend to stay outside here. We're going to go in and find out what's going on here. Should you ask for more units? I asked hopefully. Not at this time. We're going to assess the situation first. They don't appear to be armed, but we're going to be cautious. I opened the garage for them and they made their way in towards my kitchen door. They radioed dispatch that they were headed in and to stand by. They disappeared into my house. A few seconds after they went in, the camera went out. I wanted to vomit, and I felt like if I put my fingers in my mouth, I'd be able to feel my heart since it had leapt so far up into my throat. Shit, I yelled to my friend. I immediately popped the trunk and got my rifle out and ran into the garage, my friend right behind me. We got inside just in time to hear a low, guttural howl from upstairs, demonic sounding almost, along with raised voices from the police. There were several shots. Need backup. Shots fired. He was cut off. Oh my God, my friend howled. He was scared shitless, but so was I. God fucking damn it, I knew it, I said, running up the stairs. My son's room is the first one you come to after getting upstairs, so his wall is also what you see as you walk up the stairs. As I reached the top, I laid into the wall with my rifle. It has a 30-round magazine, but I felt like I fired 100 shots. I fired all over the place, knowing full well the ammo would go through the wall like it was paper, concentrating on where my son's bed would be, but also near the door and towards the floor as well in case whatever these things were thought to duck. We heard shrieks of pain coming from the room, then nothing. My friend and I paused for a minute before deciding to go in because the camera was still out. We heard a whimpering coming from the room. There was a dead cop in the hallway we had to step over. It was awful, and I'll never be able to unsee it. His head was several feet away from his body in the threshold to our guest room. We found the other cop in my son's room right inside the doorway. He had several large holes in his torso, as if he'd been impaled. Exactly what I was afraid would happen had happened. I called the cops, and whatever these things were killed them. When we entered the room, we found the source of the whimpering was not my wife. She was laying on her back on the floor, holding her torso that was bullet-ridden and breathing heavy. The scene was awful. I can hardly put into words how awful it was. I know now, just like I did then, they weren't my family. It shouldn't have been hard. I should have been able to just go in and finish it. But instead I fell to my knees. Not my wife begged for her life. "I don't want to die, honey," she whimpered. "I wanted to have more kids. I can't die now." I looked over at not my son, who had to be dead. He'd taken 2 shots at least to the head, or what was left of it. He had several more in his torso and 1 or 2 on his legs and arms. If you have kids, seeing their lifeless, bullet-ridden body is a special kind of hell. Again, I knew it wasn't my son, but it was. I was going to be sick. I'd killed my family. I turned back to not my wife. She was acting just like my wife. It even mimicked her anxiety about death that she has had in the past year or so. "It's not her, man." I forgot my friend was even there. "It's not her. Shoot it." I know what you guys are thinking. How many times has this happened in the movies, and you scream at your TV for the main character to just shoot the imposter because it's not their loved one? I guess movies get it right somehow. I'll never roll my eyes at the character who can't kill an imposter again. "Please don't shoot me," it begged. My hands were shaking as I aimed at it. Why couldn't I do it? I knew, this wasn't my wife. "Listen, man," my friend began calmly. "Look at it. Its blood is yellow. It's not your family." Was it yellow? It was. Seeing my family slain was so traumatic I hadn't even noticed their blood wasn't red. I steadied my aim, and not my wife suddenly stopped begging. She began that guttural, terrifying shriek, and something black or gray started to protrude from her mouth, like a tentacle or something, and I fired. At that range, her head more or less exploded. Whatever these things were, they appeared to be mortal. I was still on my knees, and my friend was out in the hallway just outside the door. We heard the sounds of approaching police sirens. I'd forgotten one of the cops had gotten a shots-fired call over the radio before being killed. It seemed like it had been hours, but it had only been about 5 minutes since the police had gone in. My friend went downstairs to let the police know what to expect. I stood up and slowly made my way into the hallway. I was lightheaded and felt like I was going to be sick. My bedroom is adjacent to my son's, so the doorway is about a foot to the right of my son's doorway. My door was closed, but as I exited my son's room, my door opened. Not me walked out into the hallway, wearing exactly the same thing I was at that time. I was shocked in place. I couldn't move, but it did. It walked towards me, and its right arm turned black and morphed into what appeared to be a tentacle. It was wiggling around like a squid or octopus appendage. When he thrust his arm at me, it solidified and impaled me through my abdomen. It then stabbed me in the left leg just above the kneecap. I fell to the ground in pain. Its tentacle arm was wiggling again. "Why did you kill my family?" it asked. When it spoke, its voice changed pitch several times. It was my voice, then much deeper, then normal again. It alternated several times, saying that one sentence. It moved in closer. The rifle was gone, but I still had my .45. I pulled it out and got a shot off in its right knee. It howled. As Not-Me fell to his knee, I fired a couple more shots, getting 2 into its abdomen and left side of its ribs. It breathed heavily for a few seconds before I used the last of my strength to aim proper and shot Not-Me in the face. Its blood was also yellow. I lay there bleeding out, thinking this was it for sure. I still had some strength from adrenaline kicking in, so I took my belt off and tried to make a tourniquet for my leg. With my stomach wound, it was hard to give it a good yank to tighten it. I then took my shirt off and balled it up and packed my stomach wound and applied as much pressure as I could. Being a nurse probably saved my life. I passed out, but the measures I took must have kept me alive long enough for EMS to arrive. I heard raised voices and the sound of pounding coming up the stairs before I went out. It was probably a cop, but I felt pressure from somebody trying to keep my wound packed before I went out. I was in and out of consciousness as EMS arrived, along with probably every cop in the city. I was wheeled downstairs and put in an ambulance, but while I was being loaded onto the gurney upstairs, I heard cops freaking out, and rightfully so. They'd lost 2 brothers and there were 3 other bodies. Did he kill his brother? Are they twins? Probably referring to not me's dead body. Or his whole family? Put him on armed guard while at the hospital. He'll probably be getting charged. As I was getting placed into the ambulance, I saw my friend talking to a group of about 10 cops, all listening very intently to what he was saying. I went out again in the ambulance. I woke up in the ER. My wounds had been treated. The tentacle hadn't been more than a few inches wide, so it was just slightly larger than a large knife. They'd sewn me up, and I found that I was currently receiving a blood transfusion due to blood loss at my home. My wife had authorized them to do whatever they had needed while I was unconscious. She was also extremely pissed that I went in the house. We're okay now, but that's a story for another day. I was in the hospital for 3 weeks since I ended up getting an infection and almost went septic. I needed quite a few antibiotics. For the entire 3 weeks, I had cops in my room with questions. After about a week, they released me and no longer had me under armed guard. I told them absolutely everything, not caring if it made sense or not, and thank God my friend had come with me since he was able to corroborate this weird story. Midway through my hospital stay, men with suits came to pay me a visit. They were government, I knew right away. They said they were FBI, but I don't know if I believe that. They wanted to talk about not my family. The police chief and the coroner were involved, and it was very hush-hush. They made it clear this was not to get out to the public. This is where I have to apologize probably for an anticlimactic ending to this ordeal. I don't know what not me and my family were, neither do they. The only thing we know is that they were sentient creatures that looked like us and had yellow blood. I begged the coroner to tell me about their autopsies, but he said he wasn't allowed to say. He must have felt bad for me, since I received a bouquet of flowers a couple days later. The card inside the envelope read, "We don't know what they are. They have the same organs we do, but in different parts of their body aside from their brain. But what's red and pink inside us is green and yellow inside them. They're humanoid creatures, but whatever they aren't human. The government thinks they may be extraterrestrial. Destroy this letter ASAP." We had our house professionally cleaned. It was almost surely a government team since they contacted us on behalf of the police. We could not find any Google reviews or website for the company online. My wife and I are not going to go back to our house. We would love to burn it down, but there's no way to do that and avoid suspicion of arson at this point. We'll end up taking a huge loss on the property since everyone in our neighborhood knows there was an incident involving multiple deaths in the house, but don't know what actually happened. It'll be hard to sell, but eventually it will. We're going to move on from here. I told everyone at work it was a home invasion and they bought it. I'll go back to work in a couple weeks and we'll start looking for a new house. Again, I'm sorry. I know everyone wanted a concrete ending and to know exactly what the fuck those things were, but we just don't know. Alien sounds good to me. I've been thinking if they were supernatural or actual demons, gunfire wouldn't have been able to kill them. It's just hard to say. If they were aliens, why did they just sit there and creep in our house for a week? They didn't even try to take over our lives. It's hard to wrap my head around. If it is aliens, keep your eyes peeled out there. There could be more of them. The first, she told me in response to my asking about her most traumatic calls. She shook her head and told me that really bad calls happen more frequently on the mountain, since the potential for nasty accidents is higher. About 5 years ago, one of the parks she worked at had a string of disappearances. It was a bad year, she said, one of the worst on record as far as weather went. They were getting about a foot of new snow every couple of days, and there were a few avalanches that killed some climbers. They'd warned people about staying on the mapped areas, but of course there's always those who don't listen. In one particularly nasty case, An entire family got wiped out because the father decided he knew better than the officials, and he took them out into an area that wasn't safe. They were snowshoeing, and as best KD could figure, they'd walked onto a shelf of snow that looked solid, but actually wasn't. It gave way, and this family went ass over tea kettle almost 300 feet down a slope. They landed on the rocks at the bottom, and the parents died instantly. One of the kids did as well, but the other two survived. One had a broken leg and fractured ribs. The other was almost unharmed save for some bruising and a sprained ankle. The uninjured child left his sibling behind and set out to find help. KD said the kid didn't make it more than half a mile before a storm overtook him. Kid stopped to try and get warm, or maybe just to rest, and ended up freezing to death. They ended up finding the family with the help of some witnesses who saw them heading out into the wilderness, and she was the one to find the kid who'd frozen to death looking for help. She said it had started to snow, just enough to obscure long-distance vision, but not enough to make searching impossible. She saw a figure sitting in the snow up ahead, and she got to it as quickly as possible. She described in detail how, as she got closer, she realized first that it was a child, second that they were deceased, and third that they had frozen in one of the most pitiful positions she's ever found a corpse in. The kid was sitting upright, with his knees tucked up against his chest. His arms were curled around them, and his head was tucked up in his coat. When she moved the coat to look at his face, she saw that he'd died crying. His face was twisted, and the tears were frozen on his cheeks. She said it was painfully obvious that the kid was terrified when he succumbed to hypothermia, and as a mother, it broke her heart. She told me, repeatedly, that she hopes the father is burning in hell as we speak. The other traumatic story she told me that stood out in my mind was one that happened when she was a rookie. Her team got a report of an experienced climber who hadn't come home the previous day. His wife was convinced that something bad had happened because he'd never failed to come home on time. They went out looking for him and had to climb what sounded like some very technically challenging parts of the mountain. They got to a relatively flat area, and KD started seeing blood in the snow. She followed the trail, and as she went, she started seeing little bits of tissue. She wasn't sure exactly what body part it had come from, but the farther she followed it, the more there was. She follows this blood and tissue trail to a sheltered area under a cliff face, and she finds the climber. She said there was so much blood, more than she'd ever seen before. He was lying face down, one arm stretched in front of him, as if he'd died crawling. She looks closer and sees that he's been partially disemboweled, which is where the tissue she'd seen had come from. The guy has an ice pick tucked into a hip holster, and it's covered in blood. Of course, they'll never be sure exactly what happened, but she said, as best she can figure, this is what went down. The guy had been attempting to climb up to the next area and had been using his ice axe to ascend. He'd probably hit a loose patch and had fallen. On the way down, or possibly when he landed, he'd gotten impaled by the axe, and it had disemboweled him. He'd drug himself along, tearing pieces of himself out as he went, and had died under the cliff face. She isn't terribly bothered by gore, but I guess a few of the guys who came to help her remove the body threw up when they turned him over, and a good portion of his intestines spilled out. I mentioned to her that I was interested in hearing about any experiences she had with people completely disappearing. Her eyes light up, and she leans in close to me. "Want to hear a real doozy?" she asks. She tells me about how, when she first started, there was a case that got a lot of attention in the media. A family had been out berry picking in an area of the forest very close to the entrance of the park. They had 2 little boys, both under the age of 5, and at some point during the day, one of them vanishes. There's an absolutely massive search, and they find absolutely nothing. It's another of those cases where it's like, the kid was never there in the first place. The dogs just sit down and don't pick up on anything. No trace of the kid is found. The search goes on for about 2 months, but is eventually called off. Fast forward to 6 months later. The family comes back to place flowers at a memorial that's been set up there for the kid. They bring their other son. While they're placing the flowers, they lose sight of the kid for about 3 seconds, and in that span of time, he vanishes into thin air. Now, obviously, the parents are beyond devastated. It's awful enough to lose one child, but to lose two is beyond imagining. The search is huge, one of the largest in state history. There are about 300 volunteers combing every inch of this park, looking for the kid. But again, there's no trace of him. The search goes on for about a week, with people looking miles from the part of the park he vanished from. And then, almost 2 weeks later, a volunteer almost 15 miles from the designated search area radios in that he's found the kid. They assume that the kid was dead, but the volunteer says he's not only alive, he's in good shape. KD and her team go out to recover the kid, and when they get there, she can't believe that this is the kid that's been missing. His clothes are clean, there's no dirt on him anywhere, and he doesn't appear traumatized. The volunteer says he found the kid sitting on a log, playing with a little twig bundle that's bound together with some old rope. KD asks him where he's been, who he was with for those 2 weeks, and the kid tells her that he's been with the fuzzy man. Now KD firmly believes in Bigfoot, so she gets all excited and asks what he means by fuzzy. Was he hairy? But the kid says no, he wasn't hairy. He was a fuzzy man, and he describes a man that's blurry, like when you close your eyes but not all the way closed. He says the man came out of the trees and took the kid with him deep into the woods. The kid says he slept in a hollow tree, and the fuzzy man gave him berries to eat. KD asks if the man was mean, if he scared the kid, and the kid says no, he wasn't scary, but I didn't like how he didn't have eyes. KD says they get the kid back to headquarters, and a cop takes him into town to talk to him more about what happened. She's friends with the cop that talked to him, and she said the kid described being kept in this tree by the fuzzy man and given berries whenever he was hungry. He was allowed to wander around a very specific clearing, but when he tried to go further, the fuzzy man would get mad and yell real loud, even though he didn't have a mouth. When the kid got scared at night, the fuzzy man made it go brighter and gave him the twig bundle. He said the fuzzy man was going to keep him, but he had to let him go because the kid wasn't the right kind. He either can't or won't elaborate more on that. The cops are just sort of left scratching their heads, and the search for his brother is renewed with no results. The kid has no idea where his brother might be, and they never find him. The last story that KD told me was of something that happened to her when she got separated from her training group when she was a rookie. They were learning the basics of high elevation belaying on a well-mapped side of the mountain, and she had to use the bathroom. She went off about 50 yards from the group during a meal break and did her business. I'll tell the rest exactly as she told it to me. So I go to take a piss, and once I'm done, I start going back to the group. But I've only gotten about 5 feet when I realize that I have no idea where I am. And this wasn't a, oh, I got turned around, lost. I mean, I had literally no fucking clue where I was. If you'd asked me, I don't even think I'd have been able to tell you what state we were in. It was sort of how I imagine people with amnesia feel, you know? You're completely lost, and you have no idea what to do. So I stood there for a while, just trying to figure out where the fuck I was and what I was supposed to do. But the longer I stand there, the more confused and turned around I get, so I started walking. As I recall, I just picked a random direction and went for it. And as I'm walking, it's just getting worse and worse to the point where I have no concept of why I'm on the mountain in the first place. I'm just trudging through the snow, and then I start hearing this voice. It's kind of inside my head almost, like if a frog could talk, all low and croaky. And it's telling me over and over, it's okay, you just need to find something to eat. Find something to eat and you'll be okay, just keep walking and find something to eat. 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 So I start looking around for anything that I can eat, and I swear to God I've never felt that hungry in my whole life. It was bottomless, and I think I'd have eaten just about anything you put in front of me right then. I had no concept of time, so I had no idea how long I'd been out when I hear an actual voice coming toward me. I go toward it and see one of the other SARs, and he looks fucking terrified. He's running toward me asking if I'm okay and what the hell I'm doing out here. And the scary thing was, as he's running toward me, I kind of see myself reaching into my belt for my hunting knife. I'm not even really thinking about what I'm doing, but what I am thinking is that I have to eat. If I don't eat, I'll never be okay again, so I just have to eat. He sees me doing that, and he backs off right away. He yells at me to put my knife away, that he's not going to hurt me, and that kind of snaps me back. All of a sudden, I know exactly where I am, and I put the knife away. I run to him and ask him how long I've been gone, thinking he'll tell me I've been gone for half an hour or so. But he tells me I've been gone for 2 fucking days. I've gone over 2 peaks and ended up almost on the other side of the mountain, and if I'd kept going, I would have ended up wandering into about 300 miles of wilderness. They'd never have found me. He can't believe I'm not dead, and of course, I don't know what the fuck to think. To me, no time has passed at all. I don't say anything, I just go back with him to a rendezvous point, and I'm taken back to HQ to be airlifted to the hospital. When I get there, they do all kinds of tests and try to figure out what happened. As best they can guess, I had some kind of weird fugue state, which is kind of like amnesia, or a weird seizure that knocked my brain out of whack. But the truth is that we really don't know. It's never happened again, but I'll tell you, ever since then I never go out there alone. People rag on me for making them come with me when I have to leave the group, but I just tell them that listening to me piss in the snow is better than losing me for 2 fucking days on a freezing mountain. EW. The next person I talked to was EW, a former trainer who now works as an EMT. He still comes to ops like this to help out, but doesn't work full-time for us anymore. He specialized in finding lost kids. He just seemed to have a sixth sense when it came to knowing where they'd gone. He's a legend among the more senior vets, but he gets embarrassed if you compliment him on his work. He sat down with me at dinner one evening, and we ended up swapping stories. Most of them were just casual. But when we got on the subject of our weirder calls, I mentioned that I'd had a buddy who'd gone up a set of stairs. He got kind of quiet and asked me if I'd heard of a little boy who'd disappeared from his park a few years back. I hadn't, so he told me this story. Cause of death as something like massive internal bleeding, but no one knows what really happened. I've never been able to forget that kid. I have nightmares about it sometimes. I don't let my kids go into the woods alone, and when we go together, I never let them out of my sight. I used to love it out here, but that case and a couple others just sort of ruined it for me. Dinner was over, so we started to clean up and go back to our cabins. Before we went our separate ways, he put his hand on my shoulder and looked at me really close. He tells me that there's bad things out here, things that don't care if we have families or lives, or that we can think and feel. He tells me to be careful, and he walks away. I didn't have a chance to talk with him again, but that story stuck with me. PB. By pure coincidence, I got to talk to another vet, PB, who's been in the SAR field for years. We were partnered on a grid sweep during a training exercise, and we were chatting casually about how we liked the job, what kinds of things we'd seen, and the like. At one point, we passed an old set of stairs, though these were probably from an old fire lookout given the area that we were in. I sort of casually mentioned that I was curious about the stairs, and that I wished I knew more about them. He got kind of quiet and looked like he wanted to tell me something, but wasn't sure if he should. Finally, he told me to turn my radio off. Obviously, this is something we are never ever supposed to do, but I did it, and he did the same. The sun came up. He said he was sick. None of us have heard from him since he left. When I started out as a rookie, no one had told me a lot about the job in terms of weird things that could happen. I'm assuming this was largely to prevent me from freaking out and abandoning the park. But a few months into my service, when I was still a rookie, a friend and I were drunk at a party and he opened up a bit. Yeah, it can get a little crazy out there, I guess. I think the worst are the ones where people die when they just shouldn't, you know? Or when we find them dead like 10 minutes after someone says they saw them last. They were fine when I passed them on the switchback, I swear. That sort of shit. Like, take this guy who I found one spring out on a really popular trail. Someone comes into the VC freaking about some guy who's lying in the middle of the path in this giant pool of blood. So we run out there, and we find this guy dead as a doornail. Which he absolutely should be, because the back of his head is like mashed potatoes. The skull is decimated, brains are leaking out like custard filling, and they guy's old, so you figure, yeah, he probably fell and hit his head. Old people fall all the time, it's no big deal. Except that this area where he fell doesn't have any big rocks. There's not even any stumps or big branches. And on top of that, there's no blood trail, so he clearly died where he dropped. Now that's when you'd turn to murder, but there were people just out of line of sight with the guy. If someone came up behind him and murdered him, there's no way someone wouldn't have heard. And again, even if someone had, there'd be a blood trail, spatter all over the place. But everyone on the scene said it looked exactly like he'd fallen and smashed his head on a rock. So what the fuck did he hit his head on? And then there was this lady I found in a different park about 5 years ago, back when I was upstate. We found her in the middle of a stand of big junipers, curled around the trunk like she was hugging it. We pick her up to move her, and a fucking waterfall comes out of her mouth, splashes all over my shoes. Her clothes are dry and her hair is dry, but the amount of water in her lungs and stomach was phenomenal. Unreal, man. Coroner's report says the cause of death was drowning. Her lungs were completely full of water. This, even though we're in the middle of the high desert, and there isn't a body of water for miles. No puddles, no nothing. No signs of anyone else being out there. I mean, yeah, it's possible they were murdered. But why go out of the way to do it like that? Why not just stab them and be done with it? I don't know. It just sits weird with me. Now, of course, that freaked me out a little. But we were wasted, and I guess I sort of wrote it off as a fluke. I also assumed there was exaggeration there since, we were wasted. Now, I don't like talking about this next case very much. It was an awful one that I've done my best to forget about, but of course that's easier said than done. This happened about 6 months after the conversation with my friend at the bar, and up until that point I hadn't had a lot of really weird shit go down. A few things here and there, and of course the stares, but it's amazingly easy to get used to stuff like that when it's treated as if it's normal. This case was a little different. A guy with Down syndrome in his 20s went missing after his family lost sight of him on a major path. That was odd in and of itself because this guy never left his mom's side. She was absolutely convinced he'd been kidnapped, and unfortunately, a ranger who isn't with the park anymore insinuated that no one was going to kidnap someone. Well, with that kind of disability. Not very tactful, to say the least. We wasted a lot of time trying to calm her down enough to get information about him, and then we put out an official missing persons call. Because of the urgency of the situation, him being mostly unable to function alone, we had local police come in and help us. We didn't find him the first night, which was heartbreaking. None of us wanted to think of him being alone out there. We assumed he just kept wandering and was staying ahead of us. We brought out helis the next day, and they spotted him in a little canyon. I helped bring him back up, but he was in bad shape, and I think we all knew he wasn't going to make it. He'd fallen and broken his spine, and couldn't feel his lower half. He'd also broken both his legs, one at the femur, and he'd lost a lot of blood. He was confused and scared while he was alone, so he'd probably exacerbated the injuries by dragging himself a little ways. I know it sounds awful, but while I was riding in the copter with him, I asked him why he'd wandered off. I just wanted something to tell his mother, to let her know it wasn't her fault, because he was fading fast, and I didn't think she'd get to ask him herself. He was crying, and he said something about how the little sad boy had wanted him to come play. He said the little boy wanted to trade so he could go home. Then he closed his eyes, and when he woke up again, he was in the canyon. I'm not sure that's exactly what he said, but it was what I thought the gist of it was. He kept crying, asking where his mommy was, and I held his hand and tried my best to keep him calm. It was cold out there. He kept saying that. It was cold out there. My legs was frozen. It was cold out there. It's cold in me. He was getting even weaker, so he eventually stopped talking, and he closed his eyes for a while. Then, when we were about 5 minutes from the hospital, he looked right at me, with these big tears running down his face, and he said, "Mama won't see me no more. Love Mama. Wish she was here." And he closed his eyes, and he just never woke up. It was horrible, and I don't like talking about it. That case was one of the first ones that really rattled me badly. Because of how badly it affected me, I reached out to a senior ranger, and who ended up helping me through it. As time went on and we got to know each other better, he ended up sharing one of his own stories with me. It was disturbing, but it helped to know that I wasn't the only one affected by the things going on out there. I think this must have happened before you got here, because I think if it had happened while you were here, you'd have remembered it. I know it didn't end up in the news for some reason, but I think most people who've been here long enough know about it. The park sold off a portion of land to a logging company, and it was a really controversial thing. But it wasn't that large or old of a plot, and it was right after the recession, so we needed cash bad. Anyway, they were felling this plot of land, and we get a call that we need to get our supervisors out right away. I don't know why, but they ended up sending me and a few other guys along with the heads, I guess for power in numbers, to see what was up. We got there, and all these guys are crowded around a tree that they've just cut down. They're all pissed off and freaking out, and the foreman comes over and says he wants to know what we think we're up to. What the hell y'all think this is, some kind of sick joke? You've got a lot of fucking nerve pulling this shit. We bought this land fair and square. Well, we don't know what the hell he's talking about, so he brings us over to this felled tree and points at it and tells us that when they cut it down, it was just like this. And they'll be damned if they put it there. The inside of the tree was all rotted out and hollow in one spot, and when they'd cut it down, it had exposed that chamber, and inside it is a hand, like a perfectly severed hand, and looks like it's actually fused with the inside of the tree. Well, now we think they're pulling a joke, so we tell them that we don't like being fucked with, and we start to leave, but they tell us they've already called the cops and that they'll go right to the media if we don't stick around. Well, that gets the heads' attention, so they stick around and talk to the police about it. Everyone is denying that they put the hand in there, and besides, how would anyone have even done it? It's clearly a real hand, but it's not mummified or skeletal. It's brand new, probably not even a day old. And it is definitely fused with the wood. You can see that it's coming right out of it. The loggers, they insist that they didn't put it there. Somehow, this fresh human hand ended up fused to the inside of this living tree. The cops have them cut up that section of tree into a movable chunk. Then they take the hand away, and the area is closed off. There was a pretty big investigation, but I know they didn't get any answers. Now it's become this legend, and as far as I know, we haven't sold any more property for logging. As you all know, I went to a training seminar recently and heard some amazing and horrible things there. One of the guys I talked to while I was there told me a story when we were all around the campfire one night. We were both pretty drunk, you'll see a pattern here, and we were swapping stories. He told me this one. Me and another guy were out on a field search because some campers reported screaming noises at night. So we head out there to look for whatever fucking mountain lion has wandered into the area, and I'm pissed. We've had 3 of them show up in the camping areas that year alone, and I'm getting tired as hell of constantly having to deal with them. Plus, I just don't like them anyway. They're a pain in the ass, and they're loud and they scare the shit out of me. Fucking cats. Pieces of shit. I'm groaning about it to the guy I'm with, and he thinks it's a real fucking riot. So we're seeing all these broken branches and what look like dens, and we're pretty sure we know where this thing is. I call in, and they tell me to confirm if possible, which, you know, just means they want you to step in a big pile of shit and use that as proof. I'm not seeing any though, so I basically just tell them to shove it. I'm done. We know that damn thing's out here somewhere, even if I'm not stepping in its shit or inside its mouth or whatever. Guy I'm with wanders off to take a piss or whatever, and I stay behind watching this little burrow under a tree to see if maybe a fox or something is living under it, 'cause I love foxes, man. They're cute as hell. But anyway, I'm watching this tree, and I start hearing branches crackling, and it's coming from the direction my partner went opposite of. Now I've got my pistol, but you and I both know that's not gonna do shit against a cat. I cock it and holler for my partner to get his dumb ass back, but he's too far and he can't hear me. I stand up and get my sights on where the thing is approaching, and I shit you not, man, I just about peed myself. This guy is coming toward me, and he's backflipping through the fucking woods. Like, instead of walking, he's doing these crazy fucking backflips, and I swear to God, he cleared every fucking log and bush in his path. It was like he knew right where he was going. I yell at the guy to stop right where he is, that I'm pointing a gun right at him, but he keeps coming, and I just kinda lost it. I shot at the ground in front of him, and it was a dumb fucking thing to do, but man, I didn't want this guy anywhere near me. When I fired, he was about 50 yards from me, and as soon as the gun goes off, he whirls around and goes off, back-flipping back into the woods. My partner hears my gun go off and runs back and asks what's up, and I tell him there's some fucking weirdo out here hopped up on God knows what, and we need to get the hell out of Dodge. I let the cops know what happened, and I didn't get in any trouble for firing, but man, I don't know what that motherfucker was on, but I've never seen anything like that before. Shit was absolutely buttfuck crazy. I think we can agree that there's stuff going on out here in the woods, and while I'm not going to spout off about what it could be, or offer any theories, what I want people to take away from all of this is that it is so damn important to be safe when you're out there. I know a lot of you think you're invincible, but the fact is that you can die out there, or be hurt, or go missing. It's easier than you'd ever imagine.